Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
It all comes down to this one final stage of Valorant Challengers North America to determine the best of the best who's going to Ascension and who has the opportunity to compete amongst the best. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Sierra Dawn, your host for today, joined here by Roy and Ash. I've missed you guys. It's been, I feel like, a longest summer without the Challengers, without you guys. How are we doing?
Hold on. Did she just forget that she saw us like 2 weeks ago, Roy? I think that's kind of messed up.
No, Ash, you don't understand. Whatever doesn't happen on this broadcast does not exist. This is reality, okay? This is everything that happens in real life. It's not real.
Okay. I'm keeping that in mind. I feel like you're letting yourself off easy with that one, Roy. But
Oh.
But yeah, for you guys who don't know, we did get the chance to all meet at Masters Toronto. That was super fun.
Great time.
It's a great start to the summer, but we got to keep things going here for Challengers. I'm looking forward to stage 3. Things have been really ramping up. Stage 2 really shook up, Sierra, I feel like, with how things ended up in that playoffs bracket.
Guys, I don't know about you guys, but I feel great to be back, okay? I've been like a little bit empty. Like something's been missing from my life. And I think these weekly VCL matches, this routine, I'm just glad to be back in it. I'm ready for some exciting Valorant. I'm here for it. I'm here for the show.
It's going to be so exciting, especially too. The fact that we're on stage 3 already is nuts. I cannot believe it. Where has the time gone? And of course, this is just but another step for the teams as they're looking to qualify towards Ascension. But if this is your first time here, your first time tuning in, we have a quick little format video to make sure you're all up to speed before the matches.
The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension.
Touched upon in that little format video was the consistency across these stages, and this is how the points are stacking up so far towards Ascension. If you want to talk about consistency, of course it's going to be none other than Envy leading the charge there. There is the 2 ways to qualify, but Roy, when you're looking at the numbers from, well, just this, Envy are looking in a great spot so far.
Yeah, Envy's had a great first split. Obviously, winning second split has made things very easy for them. I mean, like the video said, consistency is definitely key. So I think as long as Envy's qualifying for playoffs, they should be in a great spot to qualify. But just keep in mind that not a lot of these teams have managed to survive the gauntlet, right? Chet's Pets is gone. Ambrosia's also gone. So their points have been completely vanished. And in terms of that kind of puts things in perspective, right? Winthrop University, Shopify Rebellion Black having a great first split. Things are just going to be just crazy from here, guys. It's going to be an extremely tight competition. Obviously, split 3 is very important for a lot of these teams.
And I do love that we reward that consistency with this format here within Challengers, but we also have to remember that the winners of Stage 3 also do get that opportunity to go to Ascension as well. So anyone who has been lacking behind, looking at like even teams like, you know, you look at Core, you look at YFP, teams that there were, I think, big expectations for the first 2 splits. At times with the rosters that they're fielding, they still have that chance to claw back if they can take it home here within the 3rd stage.
And I love that too, because that keeps this all really, really exciting. It isn't, well, you're in maybe at 11th, 12th place. There's absolutely no chance. Always proving that there is that opportunity to try and make that push. And we even did get to see that last year with some crazy upsets near the end of things. So I'm excited to see if maybe history repeats itself here. But it's time to talk a little bit more about what to expect here for stage 3 and take a look at our bracket and our teams. A little bit of shakeups have happened here, Ash, within this offseason. There's been roster changes. A couple of teams have dropped, welcoming teams in. A lot of craziness.
Yeah, it's been pretty insane how we're seeing, you know, SRB have that opportunity to come back in here as well, NBG, and then Maryville on top of that too. And then you've also got Prosperity. So it's been the fact that there's like 4 teams kind of coming in at the tail end of things, with the teams that had left the competition in Chet's Pets, for example, and just opening up this opportunity to continue to make things crazy here. It feels like every single stage so far has been just exponentially more insane with how things have been changing within the competition, whether it's dark horses coming out of the fray or even just new teams being able to join the fray, even though with Maryville, of course, is the team that we've seen previously, and love seeing them here back in Challengers.
It'll be really exciting to see a couple of these teams, and I absolutely cannot wait. And if you guys are looking at this a little confused, remember 4 wins is going to get you into the playoffs, 4 losses, and you are out of here. So, of course, being able to take a win here is going to be pretty nice to set you on the winning ways, but it's not going to be the end of the world for now. But let's start talking about today's matches and what we have up ahead, because Maryville University is a team that I'm personally excited for, and it's a team that we get to see from the get-go. Maryville University going up against Burger Boys, and this is going to be a really interesting matchup for a lot of reasons. First off, Maryville University, that's super exciting. They dominate in the collegiate space, but Burger Boys, their rags to riches back from stage 2 and making 3rd place into the playoffs, I think was wholeheartedly impressive, Roy. So this should be a really fun matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely amazing. I mean, Burger Boys, they had the miracle run in the last, at like tail end of the last split, right? They finished 3rd place. It's a solid team. They've looked great. Their improvement has been, I mean, undeniable at this point. But obviously, Maryville, we're going to be focusing a little bit more on them because they are the newcomers here. But you'll be surprised to know that we know these players. We're familiar with these players, right? We have a roster that has had multiple players in VCL before. This roster's been in the VCL before, right? It's led by former VCT coach MCE, as well as Eccles as well. You guys might recognize him from 100 Thieves. Throwback to that one. But yeah, this roster is great, guys. They're very vocal. They're very cool. They're very like flashy. Their mechanics are all there. But obviously, there is a small stipulation with this roster, guys. We are seeing Zerona stand in for IGL Chloric as he had a previous commitments from before. You know, such as life in esports, the schedule always rolls on. But yeah, Zerona's a great player. Obviously, we've seen him in VCL before. So this is going to be a pretty awesome matchup.
I'm going to be really interested to see how that also adjusts maybe like the game plan from Maryville University, having their IGL missing for the first matchup, and who's going to take that responsibility in the server and how that affects that core 4.
Yeah, the fact that their debut is without the IGL is a little scary, but commitments be commitments, and I'm excited to see how the rest of Maryville University is able to do, especially too if you want to compare it up against a known quantity in Winthrop University. We've talked about how great Winthrop is, and Maryville University has kind of taken them down the last couple times we've seen the 2 teams match up, including at CVAL. So I think, Roy, with that as well, you can already have really high expectations for this group of players.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we cannot sleep on the fact that this roster has been together for almost a year straight, guys. They've racked so many officials, so many tournaments under their belt. The experience, everything they're going to be bringing onto this table is going to be crazy. Now, obviously, we don't have VCL stats from this year for this roster. So what we're seeing here on our screen is ultimately their premier stats, how they've been playing, obviously the road to get here. Their stats look a little bit inflated, but ultimately that does not take away from the fact that this roster is actually insane. And I think really from my end, guys, what makes this roster really interesting is genuinely, I don't even think this roster needs an IGL. They have multiple players on this roster that have either been former IGLs or have been secondary IGLs. So I think overall the vocality on this roster combined with their firepower and now the 1 year of experience together as a full roster is what makes this team a threat.
And I'm so excited to see them here in stage 3 to really showcase and prove that they are a threat, especially too, since it's a team that definitely has to be making a run to really, really contend. But starting things off for their very first week, going up against a team that has proven they are capable of going ahead and making one of those runs, we have to talk about the opponents on the other end and start looking at Burger Boys, because this is a team too that I mean, if you want to talk about power pros and the firepower that Maryville has, I feel like Burger Boys here, Roy, is a squad that's really able to kind of push back, and we got to see that on full display within playoffs.
I mean, yeah, just a reminder, this is the third place finisher, Sierra, right? They've collected their share of the loot. They've collected the 45 points towards their ascension. They're sitting kind of in the middle of the pack, a little bit in the upper middle of the pack in terms of points. But yeah, I think the more important thing is like recency bias is their performance in this last split has just looked so good. The turnaround from split 1 was just unreal. They look like a full-blown well-oiled machine. The firepower coming in from Bonnie, coming in from Practo, obviously IGL Retro, he's a bit of a veteran himself. They have the support player in Nanners as well. A lot of the things that kind of, you know, the ins and outs of this roster are pretty on point. Now, obviously, they have lost Alvin Boyd to TSM, a bit of a VCL roster mania, but Nerve is here. He's standing in for that. He's going to be filling in the Sentinel role, if I'm not mistaken. And ultimately, he's also a very vocal, very experienced player, and I think he's a great addition to this roster.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he slots in with that core 4 of Burger Boys. And then I think my big thing for this team is we're talking about how they had that kind of dark horse run in the competition, really lighting things on fire in stage 2. But now that also means there's a bit more pressure on these players. It felt like a lot of the storylines for stage 1, like we had with Winthrop and then Burger Boys in the second stage, was the fact that they got to play without that kind of pressure on their shoulders, without those expectations. And now they are one of those teams where we're expecting them to pop off, to have those dominant performances. Even hearing it from Bonnie himself, being one of the best players in stage 2, you can see like the stats on your screen, right? Like 261 average ACS per map. He's been so consistent, and he has those expectations of himself already. He's talked about it in a lot of the interviews that Sierra has done with him too, as far as what he believes he adds to the team, what he knows he can do in the server. But now I wonder, like, how is this team going to bounce back after that tough loss in playoffs, it being such a close matchup up against Ambrosia in that lower bracket final, and look for that strong start here in stage 3?
Especially too when you're talking about Bonnie. Bonnie had tweeted out after that, hey, just heated up a little too late within that series. So I know that even going into the stage, I feel like there has to be a little bit of redemption there. But Burger Boys, considering like that electricity, that energy they brought to the playoffs, I definitely think Alvin will be a bit of a missed piece here, Ash. But I'm really excited to see the team today.
No, he definitely will be missed. But again, I think Roy hit the nail on the head with how experienced Nerve is. It really shouldn't be any sweat off the back to integrate him into this team, into the system that they've built up as well. He's definitely a player that you can trust to hold his own. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he ends up bringing to the table. Maybe if even the identity of Burger Boy shifts a little bit with the addition. But something that we know that obviously won't be changing here, Roy, is just how good Bonnie is at being that entry duelist, how he can have those hot starts. But we did, again, see that slower start off. I'm looking forward to seeing him start off on the right foot here for stage 3.
Yeah, I think the crazy part for me is this player ultimately came into this year as a rookie, right? But the way, the form that he was in towards playoffs, you looked at the way he's playing, how calm he is, like how in control of every single chaotic scenario that was happening, how well he can like calculate these sort of like very time specific scenarios in his head, and how well he can make decisions. And not only that, but just like consistently frag out. Those are like traits of a veteran, right? Like this is just insane to see. And I think that's part of the reason why we're highlighting this player, is because he just looked so good no matter what caliber of team, no matter who they were playing against. He was popping off, and his mechanics are just so flashy and so consistent and stable. And that's the reason why we're highlighting this player.
And I love the fact too that you're going back to, he was more so the rookie kind of coming into this, or at least someone that wasn't in quite of a known quantity to us, and now showcasing him and talking about him being one of the better, if not the best, like one of the best duelists. Ash, I think that's so exciting. You want to talk about pressure? I feel like it's all on Bonnie now.
You would maybe think that, but I think that we also have to give him the credit that he has been performing well ever since the very first stage as well. It was just the fact that Burger Boys as a whole was having a bit more of a quiet performance as a team, and it really felt like all the pieces finally started to come together in that second stage, where, you know, the utility was hitting, those follow-ups were a lot better, the spacing was coming together, and the strategies as well for the likes of Burger Boys. And I'm looking forward to seeing how now they've continued to grow into the third stage and take that experience from stage through to continue to elevate their gameplay.
I also think like on a final point is like expectations aren't always inherently a negative thing, right? Like some teams, when they get expectations, it kind of gets in their head. But there's teams like Winthrop University from Split 1, right? They had an amazing pop off Split 1. We said, oh, expectations are high for them. Boom, they came in second place, guns blazing as well, right? Like there are just some teams that you take that and use that as superpower. I think this is one of those teams.
Well, it's time to start testing the waters and see if that is going to be true as we start gearing up for today's series and talk a little bit more about what is to come. And first off, the map picks and bans. So as of this point, we are still playing on the old map pool, so no crowd quite just yet. So we do get to enjoy some Split Ash. This one's going to be picked up by Maryville University.
Yeah, I think it's no surprise that we see Maryville picking this one up. Overall, for Burger Boys, this is a map where, at least recently, they haven't shown too much ever since the meta change. And I think that's kind of what's fun, too, is for both these teams now, knowing that the Tejo meta has been done and dusted, it becomes a lot more playable and more comfortable for teams to play over towards mid and vents and whatnot. And I think that we're also going to see within this first week, teams picking into maps that won't be here next week when the new map pool does roll out, because they're looking to hide some of their maps as well as we get deeper into the competition.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. But to add on to that, Split obviously is actually, I'm just going to reiterate this point, but for me, this feels like a Maryville win on the first two maps in terms of Veto, right? Because like Split is a good map for Maryville from before. Obviously, they haven't played it recently, so there's a lot of like X factor / question marks. Same for Burger Boys. There's really nothing. There's no clear, strategy to go off of. It's going to be kind of like in-house ideas, sort of like in the vacuum strategy. But when it comes to Icebox, like Icebox has been a solid map for Maryville University. But on the other hand, Burger Boys, they haven't really found themselves to be that consistent on that map. So I'm looking to see whether they've switched things up, whether they found a meta or composition that more suits their style, to see if they swapped over more towards like the Omen meta. So I feel like the first two maps are a little lean towards Maryville, but when it comes to that third map, that Lotus, if we get there, I feel like Burger Boys have shown themselves, they've proven themselves on this map. They've had a phenomenal track record on it. So I'm thinking it's a Burger Boys advantage on that third map, but the first two maps, guys, are a little bit iffy for them.
All I'm hearing is thinking of the predictions that I have next, you saying that the first two maps look pretty good here for Maryville University. I'm feeling pretty good about this one, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Why are you like this every time? Every single time, Sarah.
I love it.
You know what? I respect it, though. I respect it. The thing is, it was, honestly, I can't lie, it was hard actually picking between these two teams for me.
Agreed.
I feel like Maryville, I want to give them the credit that's due. Like, they really have had such a consistent and strong showing within the collegiate scene. And then, but with Burger Boys, I'm just like, man, first match, first week of stage 3, I know that these boys are going to be hungry for a win after going down in that lower bracket in such a close lower bracket final that I had to go their way again.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Sierra, I do respect the Maryville pick. Honestly, they also have, these teams, they've been exposed to each other before. Like Maryville University, Burger Boys, they have played together outside of VCL. It's been Maryville sided. But for me, what the big looming question mark is, how is this team going to perform without their IGL? Like, there are some teams that whenever they lose their IGL, they somehow get, they just get powered up somehow. They just get loose. They kind of start, calling by committee. That could be the case. But ultimately, they're missing their fit, they're missing their IGL, and I'm not really sure how that's going to impact them. So I'm leaning a little bit more towards the Burger Boy side.
I want to give that faith into MCE, though, like the wealth of experience he has as the coach to be able to call those timeouts and have good conversations with this squad when Clark isn't going to be there to do that in the server at the beginning of every round. So I think there is going to be a lot of pressure on those timeouts to come from MCE if things start going awry here in this first series.
I just want to say, too, to the point of why I like this, I put my prediction in first. So I had plausible deniability from this point on. I believe from the get-go. I didn't know the IGL thing when I did the prediction, but, we're keeping the faith strong. But we got a match to get into. And Split, Maryville University, I was like looking good on this one, but getting into the agent select, I love a double duelist, but Bonnie, Raze, Ash, whew, amazing.
He's so fun on this agent. Like, I love the explosivity that Bonnie brings to the table. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to work for Burger Boys, especially with a lot of that pressure being more on, I think, Practo and Bonnie for playing that push and pull on one of the extremities or over towards mid to try and deny the value that we're going to see from the lurk smokes coming out from Zerone as well.
Yeah, and also shout out to the kind of the initiators, right? The Sky you know, Practo's bringing it back. I'm actually, I know I've been a Sky supporter my entire career, but lately I've been sort of on the Sky denying phase. I feel like she's a little bit weaker compared to the Fade that Maryville's opting to run. And obviously this is a double controller meta map right now. So obviously we're not surprised to see the Omen and the Viper, but the double duelist, I feel like this is one of those maps where it's easy to pull off, and ultimately we're ready to go.
Two teams, Burger Boys coming off of a great playoff performance. Maryville University here to show us all what they're about. It's going to be an explosive first match to be starting off not just this series, but stage 3 of Challengers. Split awaits. So let's head over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Nope. I've been can't say I've been taking much of a break. I'm watching China VODs actually, so no break, just being a nerd, bro. The analysts yearn for the mines. We will not leave. We do have the oldest of old comps here from the Burger Boys, who are definitely big favorites coming into this. They were so impressive on that playoffs run, a nice, pleasant surprise.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Toxins going up.
We did go through a lot of effort to highlight, but very well deserved, and they made it easy to just want to keep on doing it. Really fantastic in that playoff run that I mentioned. I'm excited to see more of this Burger Boys team, man. They're one of the sleepers that has a real shot of making it to Ascension. They got a nice amount of points from finishing in 3rd place. One of their rivals, Ambrosia, no longer exists, so it feels like they're just in prime position to go on a run and be one of the least expected teams to actually make it to that tournament later this year.
Apologies briefly, fans, for the technical issues. I am now hearable. Nothing of value was lost, though, I guarantee you. In the second round, of course, Burger Boys, off that effort from Practo, now to get themselves in a pretty comfortable position. A Guardian even picked up here for Nerv, and it is that mid-emphasis. Talked about a little bit, sort of on the desk about Tejo not being a factor. Now you can linger. There's no risk of getting trapped by sticking around a little bit on this side of the map. Gonna be a Prowler here to across Retro, but he does not want to give this ground up to favorite Challenger Somalia. Wanting to take the fight, and Rems falls. 3v3, but Retro still present here and has eyes on the spike. There's an attempt from Maryville to relieve some pressure by playing low B, but Natus is far too quick for it. Very strong start here for Berg.
Looking kind of cold with that Spectre. There's was another one of the guys. Honestly, at some point, I feel like I'm ready to just run through every single player on this Burger Boys team and harken back to the glory of their playoffs run. Because honestly, at different points, I feel like every single player displayed whatever their unique talents may be in different situations. For me, Manners was one of the kind of cold clutch guys that was finding impact in crucial moments, keeping them in games. We'll see if that comes into play today against a Maryville team that are fresh into the Challengers scene, but are not a new team by any means. These guys have been grinding together for a minute.
I think it's worth pointing out, CVAL is like a pretty big deal in terms of the strength of teams. And also, I mean, the record between these two rosters has heavily favored Maryville in previous encounters. That was a bit of a walk up there, though, from Nanas. This time getting a little bit hyphy with it over on the B side of the map. And is obviously your Omen now out of the equation. Stall util drastically limited. Retro can really only hold down this A side of the map. So Maryville definitely getting a sniff of the cheese here. And once again, it's just glacial play up through the middle part of the map.
taking their time after getting that initial pick. They don't need to force anything. Wait for that cloud to drop. Paranoia was lined up back from Ramen, and now they're going to push into Heaven or on the defense.
Oh, the timing, Retro! What a moment to come alive, straight on into Heaven, and all of a sudden, that early momentum Maryville able to develop, now starting just to fall away. Up on the side they are, though. He knows that Ange was able to get across with a shadow step. Now maybe heading over towards the A side. He knows, of course, that the defenders were doubled up here. Zerona hoping to dig out. And he does. Practo can't quite get away from that B side of the map. And it will all be on Retro, who's a couple of steps behind here. There's definitely concern about Zerona being left as a loose end.
Yeah, this would just have to be a straight-up clutch and ace for Burger Boys to take this. And he might have an opportunity for isolated 1v1. You don't want to give him that, Zerona. Get out of there and play with Ange.
That's out the bag, though, in terms of Retro's pathing. He crosses pretty brazenly through elbow. Ready to map. Ange on the line, too strong. 3 for the Omen for Maryville, and they get themselves on the board. Their first Challengers NA round. Things got a little bit dicey midway through. They're able to capitalize and end it.
That was pretty beautiful from Retro. Catches a great timing. Knowing in that round, they're already down a man. We got to go for something proactive. We have to make a play somewhere. So just intuitive timing. Gets out of there. That snap onto the third player as well. It's really nicely handled. But the response from Maryville, great. You know, that teleport over to A. And while that's going on, Zerona gets very deep into spawn on the lurk. That's well done.
Proper round in front of us now. Maryville. On that. Oh my goodness, Practo. Another early exit. Not what he was looking for there. Last round it was Nanas. Practo taken out through smoke now. You see Burg Boys speculating somewhat as well, getting a little bit of early damage on Wildfire, but still the aura is in that site. Maryville wasting no time in canvassing this region of the map. It'd be Burger Boys to maintain this Heaven control and slow play, but it's a double swing here coming from this ramp direction, kind of heralded by the Prowler as well.
Look at this lurk deep in mid is Zerona. That time it could be the nail in the coffin on the round as Burger Boys are waiting to get situated for this retake. Look at Zerona biding his time.
There they go, on the side, Giza. Again, trying to spray down through smoke. Bonnie has got Kieran again. He wants to put those mechanics on display.
Last player
Nicely done. Double blast pack to get there, but Zerona is hard to deal with. They lock it down from Heaven's side. They're a little low. Nerve here does not really have the time to take the risk, and Zerona picks his moment perfectly. Even game here. Maryville looking pretty confident as they take charge on A.
What a play. Multi-man kill from Zerona, and then at the end there when Nerve is isolated and you're forced to try and stick the spike against a player that's in Heaven, you're just cooked 98% of the time in that situation. Burger Boys do a great job of actually getting into the site, killing the anchored players as well. But they just can't trade onto that flanker. Super well played. That's forced Burger Boys now onto this eco round. They're going to have a bunch of sheriffs to play with. Ange, recognizing the state of the economy, picks up the Outlaw to control B main.
And on this kind of eco round, they made the variation, right, of sticking the solo cypher at the B side of the map. That leaves Nanas in a position where he can potentially double flash with Practo, the dangerous part of the map for Maryville to test. And again, they committed 2 plays towards mid, so the expectation, slow play up from Maryville, tease out some of those resources, and Ren's don't know what the plan was there. Not expecting Bonnie to be on that off angle. It has 0 crossfire.
Lockwood, I think he was trying to maybe jump up on the barrel there, or his head was just barely peeking over the side because he was all the way in the back of the box, actually. Bonnie already connecting some sick shots, was definitely a breakout star of the last stage. Finally, it's Burger Boys finding an advantage in one of these rounds early. They've been losing those first engagements consistently.
This util combo would have been really important. Practo caught off on a shoulder peek. Barely gives an opportunity, but Zerona has been very, very sharp this game. Now it gets awkward. Left. Burger Boys, he would get his pistols, have to try and play through screens, and Zerona makes a trade of himself. That's going to hand a Phantom now over to potentially Nanas. He has snapped that one up. Here's that Paranoia being held onto. Bonnie gets in there with the shot. And Yeezer is cut down instantly. Oh, the showstopper means Ange has to get the heck out, but he runs into the line of Nerve. Wildfire has no line of sight on the spike whatsoever. That is not a thrift that you want to give away to Burger Boys. Brutal.
That is pretty unfortunate. Things get really sloppy. They even things up. It's just not a great reason for Zerona to be trying to push into screens there. On his lonesome.
30 seconds left.
Look, I get it. He's definitely feeling himself. He's been putting Maryville in position to win rounds or outright winning them. But just not totally necessary, and then gives up the gun. I like the paranoia, you know, satchel in. But the fact that Bonnie gets a kill with the sheriff again, that's just his sick individual skill. Like, how is he coming up with that fight win? That is crazy. And now suddenly Maryville, their economy's destroyed and they're on the eco.
Retro, the judge to hand now, obviously looking to play around his poison or placement potentially through mid. In fact, towards a different part of the map. It's Nerve once again dedicated towards the B side. So that rather dangerous Omen and Sky combination will be present for Burger Boys on that A part of the map. Lurk wall in play, but Nerve can basically counteract it, at least in these early stages of the round with the cam. Gets plenty of information, wants to play into his own cyber cage here. Won't see a whole lot. The one-way cage set up. Does he hear the shadow step? Spams into the smoke. No caps, but there's enough players here to back him up. Retro even chimed in with the judge. Now, though, gun over in Wildfire's hands. Reinforcements a few seconds away still, so Burger Boys have to play this retake.
Things getting super awkward there. Yeah, these Seekers are going to have to be used by Prac, though. Counter Nightfall doesn't get any connection at all.
Yeah, placement wasn't over towards the heaven side adequately enough, so Nanas is able to walk up here without being decayed, without being spotted out, and runs! Util in hand. Wildfire not ready to play off that line, and now he's in deep trouble. Pinch coming in onto the side, and yeah, too much to ask for. Burger Boys able to overwhelm on a relatively costly round Maryville brought very little into.
Yeah, I suppose they'll be content enough with the damage, but when you use the Nightfall, you're really hoping to convert. I don't blame them for using it, but it just sort of awkwardly thrown off to the side towards stairs and spawn, it looked like. I mean, Nerve tries to adjust forward past the cage, but ultimately ends up in a situation where he's surrounded because the Yoru is always going to be sending that gate crash into that back right corner of sight. Reinforcements try to get there in time, but the positioning ends up awkward. Maryville, you know, they're almost able to exploit that to the extent of a round win. They can. Now stacked up towards A with a ton of ultimates.
Back we go. Nanas here over on that ramp direction yet again. Dimensional Drift will allow Maryville access into the side. That's combined with Ange's ultimate. They're all in there, and Zerona is the one that's ready to throw down. Some screens presence about to be established here for Burger Boys, and that is an important kill. Zerona out of the mix, picked off out in the open on the A side of the map. Wildfire is tucked safely here, or at least he was. Now opts to go walkabout. Neural Theft, of course, is going to dig out some of these more entrenched players, so Maryville have their players laid bare, but that is some sharpshooting from Wildfire. Bonnie can't contend. And now it is a site thick with Maryville attackers.
This is a nightmare. Good dark cover there. Obscures that angle from main. Now they can get in, fight the players on site.
There's Ange holding down by the kiosk. And Maryville snap back very quickly. Able to get guns in their hands, but that's the kind of round where you're expending all of your instant free site take util, right? You are Dimensional Drift. You are from the shadows in towards that A side.
And more than well worth it, though, just given that because of the damage they were able to deal to Burger Boys on the prior rounds, a win here means that they get them on an eco, be able to try to tie things up 4-4, so can't be mad at that. A lot of credit to Wildfire for getting that kill on Bonnie. That is more than likely the round-deciding duel that's taken there towards ramp. Winning that out, worth its weight in gold. And it's actually Maryville who are running into the timeout with Coach MCE, who is such a talented coach historically in this game. But the fact that Maryville University have access to him is really, really impactful. Like, he has been one of the best coaches at putting together teams and making the most out of the least. Like, genuinely can't say enough about how great he's been historically in this game.
Find a guy that really knows how to, squeeze the most out of each individual player. Here's to see what this timeout yields for him now. Of course, this is, Maryville going up on a buy. An Outlaw even brought into the fold. This is the kind of round where maybe the strategy is a little bit more nuanced, given they, again, don't have that free access over towards the site with some of those agent abilities. They do have a Viper Spit, so a pretty terrifying post-plant prospect here for Burger Boys. We're down to Cup Sheriff Stinger in the hands of Bonnie. We saw him though. Remember that thrifty back in round, what, 3 or 4 it was. Nervous really proactive. We saw this when the push came on towards the B side of the map. He goes looking for a Sheriff pick. He's that space up there. He's occupied by Giza, but Ames is going to get shoved out of B main here.
Nervous dealt with. Do Maryville want to force their hand and get into this B site? Obviously, they have no control of B main. Burger Boys were hoping to cut off, isolate one player there. They're just slowing things down. Oh my God, Bananas, great shot.
Okay, dangerous. Yep, Giza down to 61 from his own paint shells, as far as I can tell. Maybe Bonnie had thrown his up there as well. Regardless, it made it an easy pick off with the Stinger. Now, despite that trade looking decent for the defenders, well, remaining weaponry is terrible. And Bonnie would look to try and get the gun, but that's sort of read into by Wildfire a little bit. The C's thrown up and holding on this angle. Virtually impossible here.
Spike down B.
With 60 out. Man, I don't know. The Ferrari pick just absolutely ruined Wildfire there. Now he's got access to a rifle, so can make something off this round. Still no planted. Bonnie with the swing wide. Zerida is dealt with. Not a round you should be winning if you're Burger Boys. A Retro, he can have a crack at this legitimately.
I mean, only 12 seconds on the clock, but still just a classic. And wants to bait out the peak. Come on! Oh my God!
He's got no time. You gotta have to stick this here. Retro, no! The right click gets him there. It's Burger Boys. Hitting him where it hurts, Wyatt.
No. Ecoed again. You know,
man. And in that manner, too, I'm sorry, Bonnie gets a max range, Stinger kill, and then the ridiculous wide swing into a player with about 150 HP.
Oh, yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense, dude. Oh, it's so good to be back in LA Challengers, Wyatt.
Now, if there's one thing that we can stand on as North American players, not you, bro. Not you, but, you know, we North American players, if there's one thing we can stand on that you can't take away from us, we know how to use a Stinger. That's our bread and butter. we know how to run and gun with the Stinger, bro. Bonnie is a little silly for that one. The re-swing with the rifle is crazy, but feels like more of the same from what we saw on their run in playoffs. This dude is just crazy. If he can do this consistently, and, well, there's another one. If he can do this consistently, it's Burger Boys team, man.
Right, well, he's not able to blast pack his way out of danger there in mid. So Ant gets himself a rifle, most likely. Going to be covered up, smoke played in. Here comes Stingers yet again. Maryville having control. Practo decides to take solo fight against what ended up being 2 players lined up for him. Maryville swarming across the map. Burger Boys have, sadly for them, throwing good money after bad in this kind of round. And it's just Nerve with a Vandal versus 4. His opponents now armed to the teeth after flattening the rest of the defending squad.
Nerve maybe with an opportunity to find this first. Ren's just going to play it safe and get out of there. So this one should be as good as done and cleaning things up. All right, Maryville, we're righting the wrongs of the previous round by now winning a thrifty of our own, and Bonnie decided to get a little bit too silly. Some would call that an Asuna moment. You know, you get your playoff in the prior round, and then you go for the, well, why don't I just kill everyone this round too? And
I don't want to upset everyone by saying this, but it does feel a little bit old school Jing-esque, at least in that kind of moment. Asuna is like kind of guy that's obviously going to get those stupid kills on ropes, for example. But we were talking about this in Toronto when we went over it. We said we felt like the best preparation for us to cover a Paper X game was being North American Challengers casters. Just the bombastic nature of the gameplay.
It is true.
We were ready, bro. We were locked in.
Between that and getting Penny, come on. That's what we needed. All right, Burger Boys, they're going to throw out their timeout now because we're on the... Was this 3 ecos already? I think it was 3.
Yes.
Or was it 4? It's 3, right? 3. There are 2 Burger Boys and now 1 Maryville, I believe. I believe we're on 3. So
I want to point out that is a third of the total rounds in this game have been thrifties.
Again, very Challengers coded. Incredibly Challengers coded to have 3 thrifties, especially on Split for some reason. This is a map that stands out in my mind as the home of thrifties whenever we cast. But
Yeah.
all right, let's see if Burger Boys can make it 4 right now. They do have Nanners with Sheriff playing up close. Wants to see if he can't get that first shot off. Maybe then try to teleport away.
In case they needed any more reason to pressure the site that Nanas is occupying, we're giving it. 5 over on the A side of the map means that Maryville are going to go for it. Last pack gets them in. Nanas, frankly, doesn't have the kind of weaponry to save them up. And Bonnie's caught inside a siege. This one should, and I say should, be pretty cut and dry. Now, you've got to play with, Frenzy, Sheriff, and Judge from the extremities of this B site. And Maryville, I don't think you're going to allow another thrifty to befall them.
Doesn't seem particularly likely. Bonnie tried to drop in the site early, but got spotted just before he hit the ground, so they were able to deal with him with a nice seize back sight. And with Prakto going down, that is certainly all she wrote on this one.
They won't be allowed to get out with a gun here. They have to cross in order to find it. And Ange is going to make sure that he completes the kill contract. Oh, we struggled to. Into the side we go, folks. And Burger Boys now perish. It's an evened up game after what felt like the first 3 or 4 rounds could be a game that quickly spiraled out of control. Maryville started to show us a lot of that quality. A lot of it's been Zerona fighting inside these sites in the post plants, and Ange has been pretty darn solid.
Yeah, you saw Wildfire and Giza there as well. They were the ones hunting just because they're so close to getting their ults. So they do have the Nightfall, and now Giza is just 1 away from getting the Showstopper. So very possible that Maryville will have 5 ults to use in this next gun round.
Terrifying prospect, but crucially, right, it's about the Yoru Omen ability to get onto that side for free. Already a dimensional drift. This will pave the way for the Omen to set up an elbow, likely. TP in should be required. A lot of trips on this side of the map, though.
This is basically the same as last time they had all the ults. It was just an A-slam dimensional drift to get in deep. Nightfall used as well. And look, Burger Boys, they were ready for this. They were expecting an A hit with all the ults again. Look at these Cypher trips just set up so deep back sight.
And it's just starting to second guess this a bit. Prakto caught out by the paranoia there on ramp. Will have to make some noise moving back. And there it is. So onto the side. Zerona was able to drift here, kind of get in there for free almost. Didn't have that kind of mobility that is boasted by Yoru or Omen.
And that pitch just kind of denies a flood coming in fast.
He's tucked here. Bit of an issue. Bonnie eventually able to clear him out now. Wildfire. Desperate spray. Knows he's in a compromising spot and is able to come up with that kill. Guiding Light further waylays him. Zerona hiding inside the pit here. Maryville happy to hold their ground. Really tough to break into this. The players here are up here for Burger Boys. No one Retro's able to find himself through the pit, though, still an issue. And Zerona has been a problem point for Burger Boys in this game already. Retro, unfortunately, Zerona's going to have the drop on him. Gives it a tap, has to step through the wall, and is dealt with. It's an expensive round for Maryville in terms of ult community and guns lost. But it's another buy of Burger Boys knocked down.
Zerona has just been phenomenal so far today. Also, I just really like that on that pit I called out, Maryville, they opted to just take their time. After they got the dimensional drift into sight, they didn't try to force getting the spike down. They were aware that Burger Boys were all stacked up, ready to flood back in, ready to fight aggressively. So that pit just denies anyone coming in from screens that allows them to get a save for plant. And then from there, they're able to fight around it, win things out. That was really well handled. Let's see if Burger Boys can tie this up at 6-6 before the side swap, or if Maryville can just cement the lead that they're trying to build here.
Showstopper to play with now. Of course, reverting a bit more to controlling the middle part of the map as opposed to that heavy extremity presence on those more ult-heavy rounds we've seen from Maryville so far. Eventually, though, they do filter out in that direction. On these rounds when Burger Boys, move nerve over towards the B side, it's pretty passive play there. And it's deeper anchor positioning for Nanas here. Normally, we have the Sky Rafters. Nanas is sort of playing off ramp here. This time, Burger Boys are just trying to slow the pace down. See if that's possible, though.
Here comes that Showstopper through. They really want to sell that there's a lot of A presence, but we can see on the minimap the spike is over in B main. It looks like he's going to get a free kill. What? Not a free kill, huh?
Ah, yes. Well, Giza had his medical exam due, I guess, and he got it in the worst way possible.
Great flash.
Friends here, caught in the corner of the site. Nerve completely overwhelmed. Bonnie couldn't do much about it either, so this quick pivot by Maryville over towards B. So far, so good.
That was beautiful
Everybody.
playing around the cage there. That clone through, then the flash off of it. Swinging together as a unit. That gets them the 4-on-3 advantage into the post plant.
Ren's in a pretty predictable location, but Nana's stepping out with the taps there, but it deal with Zorona. And playing close. Knows it's about to get hot and heavy, and so he sprays on down, but Retro has found his third of the round. Quietly, trying to make his way into the game. Pinged out was Retro, but he doesn't care. He'll take the swing, get the defuse, and then deep anchor approach here for Burger Boys. Buys him enough time, and he got the numbers where it counts.
Retro just gets off the spike, knows that off the ping from the haunt there's going to be a swing, and peeks out of that dark cover as soon as it comes. So double faced with Nano, seal the deal on that. Honestly, I'm surprised they were able to win out that 3 versus 4. The positioning from Maryville seemed pretty solid, but they just couldn't actually connect to the shots at the end of the day. This was bizarre. I think he jumped, got hit by the Seeker right as the showstopper expired. This is the moment I'm surprised they didn't win things out. And by the way, that's a good little 2-man setup to deny a push through the dark cover, but only going 2 for 1 there is pretty unfortunate.
Bro, Retro is frying. And the second
really
part of this
is.
half, he's been serving him up a 2003 Bordeaux, mate. It has been ridiculous. Just these like multi-kills off a lot of these like defensive moments. I haven't really had him on POV a lot of the time, but definitely seen him show up in the kill feed.
Slow approach into B main, a little bit of noise by the cam. Just trying to say, hey, it's our cipher, but Maryville will not be buying that on account of the push all the way through A main. So they're stacked up on B. Well, Burger Boys recognize that if the hit comes in here, that they'll be running into the entire team. Or do they try to peel off, re-clear elsewhere? That is going to be the move. Wise call from them.
Again, this is, of course, the pistol, so much of this util now drawn out of the defenders. Burger Boys happy enough with a probe like that one. Now they're getting ready to fight for real. Nana stuck in the corners of running. Going to find first, though. Nana's needed to find a second, if not more. As the smokes came down, Maryville looked a little bit better. Nerve, though, dangerous, of course. Ange and Renz need to respect this. But he is one shot for the most part. Let's try and find a way into mid. Maybe get off towards
I have retrieved the spike.
the
30
A
seconds
side
left.
of the map. No one showing, so off he walks.
Ren's intelligently just going to respect Nerve despite him going down to low HP. Backs off to double up with Ange. This should be pretty easy for them to deal with. Does still have 1 flash, I suppose, just
10
in case,
seconds
but
left.
really not even going to be all too necessary. Nerve would have to do something magical, playing off of this cam, perhaps. Creeping forward into an unexpected position. So long as these guys play together, though, for Maryville, there shouldn't be a way into this.
Seen him win these on that core team. Seen him win these. And very glad that he had some form of armor coming to the round. Down to 18, but Nerve eventually will fall. And it will be that pistol picked up here by Maryville. Had to work for it. But a great way to start in this defense side.
Fortunate it was Ange in that position and not Renz. That could have been dangerous as the two of them were a little bit separated there. But overall, I do like that round from Maryville. They're able to get Wildfire pushed all the way through A, so they stack up B. And then when they realize that the attacking team are actually just going to exit B main, they go into mid, stack up behind the cloud, so when it drops, they can triple face together, totally catch out Burger Boys on their rotation. That was a really well played round.
Friends
Bear in mind, this is their debut game, by the way. They're playing very well.
These guys, honestly, plenty of experience in those high sort of pressure games. I would suggest that, yeah, it's their debut, but they're probably playing a lot more stressful matches than this one. Renz puts a hole straight through Bonnie, not the start the attackers were looking for. They're going to maintain maybe a little bit of an earlier probe up towards mid, but there's Giza getting on the board properly now. Oh, 3-piece, so that should be that. Nerve always a thorn in the side, but no spike to hand and no prospects of winning this round.
Our B plot for this second half of the game is the Giza Showstopper redemption arc. He's building towards it. When he gets it, can he redeem after what we witnessed on that first half?
Yeah, I get it. I mean, the timing wasn't great. He got hit with a cactus, rather a cabbage, midway through his rectal exam there, jumping down, you know, mid-ropes. I mean, it probably felt like he sat on one, honestly, with the player waiting below him. The idea was there. The idea.
Portal closed.
Idea was there.
Clean
Listen, bro,
round,
you
man.
start getting older,
Clean
you
round.
start
Clean
thinking about
round.
that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, midway through life, you gotta. Yeah,
How far off for you, Wong?
That's tough, bro. Not far off from me. You're pushing what, 40, 50?
Bro, that is
I
correct.
don't even. It's.
Bro, you
am I
are
wrong?
definitely pushing 30. You're at least
Bro,
like...
I'm young and spry, bro. You're beyond unk status at this point.
Bro, you're at least 29 and 3/4. There's no way you're not.
No, not wrong, false. I'm like, I'm 29 and 4/6.
Okay,
So,
great. Yeah.
do the math on that.
Yeah, slightly less than 3/4, and I'll give it to you. That's 20. You can just say you could. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, you got me. It's like,
I had to confuse. I had to throw a curveball to confuse you on
you
that
could
one.
just say 2/3. You know, that's okay too. Why are you using complex fractions, bro? Okay, man. Well, back to school we go, but thankfully, Maryville, no strangers to that concept. And they have been doing just that for Burger Boys over the course of this game. Good start here in his second half. Very strong pistol. And, well, they eco-farmed in the previous round, so wouldn't write home too much about that. Giza has maintained the judge, though. Having such a blast in that previous.
Well, both teams do have 4/5 of their squads remaining at this point. This Burger Boys want to rotate over towards that A side. Giza once again with the judge on A. Last round he got 3 kills. What will he do now? 1 kill? 2 kills?
Shall we roll for initiative, Giza? Let's see what you've got me, boy. Oh, okay, that's 1. We'll take it. Gets his. Wildfire next up on the chopping block as a main B, but here comes Retro swinging around the corner. The guy does not know how to get kills unless it's in threes. And now with it all to do, long way from the action. Paranoia to make use of at least. But Retro for the post plant, should he get any sort of decent positioning as that snake bite? Here comes Ange. Bit of a aggressive veteran these days of the game. Spotted crossing into elbow, but Retro gives his own position up as well. Probably forced out of elbow by a snake bite. And Ange is going to get on it. It's just...
Nah.
No.
No. But a decent try. But no. But a decent try. I mean, maybe in that moment, if they were able to get some more value off of the engagement with Giza, that judge in main, fight off that, get another kill, perhaps, but just does not come to fruition.
30 seconds.
So this was just the bonus round by, though, and they'll get a little bit of damage off with some of their aggressive plays, the walk down mid, but things are traded out nicely by Burger Boys, stabilizing just a bit. Gonna have the operator bot pretty early here over towards Renz. Giza opts for the judge yet again, actually. Practo maybe in some danger when this cloud drops.
Might be a quicker push here over towards mid. Bit more uncomfortable. That controller util basically cuts Renz's off out of the round. Oh, so right, I wanted to reassume that position. Bonnie was ready for it now. That ropes control starting to deepen for Burger Boys. Renz will get something here, but oh, he's overwhelmed and can't even get out in time with the 8 crash. That is absolutely devastating. Very pricey weapon drop to the ground. Now it's up to Ange to hold it down. He'll only find the 1. Giza here with a paranoia on a bit of an awkward timing. Prevents him from actually getting the drop on Retro, who, but yep, just another 3K by the way.
Just a little 3K again.
That's okay. Your, your 2024 Saskatchewan AeroPress champion
or a 4K.
coming out with yet another multi-frag round. 4 for him.
How many kills does he have right now?
He's like 24. 24?
He's got to have more. Oh, really? Oh, I thought he had 27. Only 24 and 11? Come on, bro. I thought we were on the 27 already. No, Roy's
Retro.
watching this just, why couldn't he do this on Renegades? Why?
Literally the only person saying that is Monte Cristo. That is the only person. Everyone else has probably moved on, bro. Except for Roy. Ask him about it.
I just did. I'm looking at the chat. I'm waiting.
Player just trying to bait in game. Literally rage baiting his co-worker mid-pass. Did you learn that from Love Island too, bro? Or?
What, the rage baiting?
Yeah, just rage
I
baiting.
haven't. I actually, yeah, I've been rage baited for a month and a half watching that show. So yeah, you're damn right.
Oh, All right.
This is unfortunate though for Maryville. That was a large investment. And they kind of got cooked. They had the AWP in there. And it is all for naught. Again, they want to fight off the cloud dropping. And again, it does actually work.
Okay, we just... Dan Geezer on a collision course straight down mid with the Bucky. That is... Okay. It's very challenging coded. Zerona. Oh, man. That is disastrous. No, at least able to trade that out. There was no way Zerona was going to walk away from that one anyway. He's done his damage. Now, Renz is able to move up here with Hubert. It's a Bucky. Renz able to see Nerve walk straight into his sideline and practices. Really? Are we really doing this, guys?
Left.
You hate to be in this situation where you know it's hopeless and you're just going to be slowly losing this round. I mean, Practo, maybe he can do a little bit of damage here on one of these players' backside, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. At least
10
Winthrop
seconds
haven't
left.
really been able to... Or Winthrop and Maryville. Listen, I'm used to there only being one collegiate team, but now we have
damn,
another
bro.
one.
Yeah,
My
all
bad,
collegiate
bro.
teams are the same, are they? That's crazy, bro.
Maryville University. They only collect... Actually, they do get another one. They're able to rotate back to mid in time, get a couple guns. Do they keep these Buckies, though? That would be some crazy work, but we'll find out. Again, another eco round win, by the way. Just more eco round wins. Another round where Zerona pushes down mid.
Oh, I mean, no check for that. I think, look, the deep trip on the extremity, able to push up into, is pretty nice. But the fact that you can sort of double blast pack down mid and find that Bucky kill and more is pretty egregious. Zerona does very well tucked in that corner. The Retro attempting to drag his team, kicking and screaming out this game. Fall behind by that one round. Still, though, pretty well equipped for this game, and Ren's off that line with the operator. Dark Cover's going to slow this down, but there's the guy in light. Okay. All right, we are even. We are even on some
Redemption. Redemption for Giza. It gets the kill with his own showstopper, but denies the kill from the other one. Love to see that. Love to see that from him.
We've closed the book on that chapter, I think, as he's already starting to come into his own here. Most of those kills with shotguns, I would suggest, in this second half, but hey, it's honest Valorant, whichever way you put it. 50 seconds in the round for Burger Boys. Very beaten up, weakened 3 players, hoping at least to get some unfettered access towards the A side and get a decent Viper's Pit here, then they're on for a potential round win.
Just trying to
30 seconds
contact
left.
their way in real slowly. Maryville aware of what's going on. They're on the rotation over towards this A side. It's going to be used. That's a big commitment, but I respect it. That is really the only realistic way they could convert on a 3v5 here.
Note that Nerve is playing off this with a trapwire, watching the late ramp. Honestly, could be a problem for any players on Maryville trying to go from ramp to the dimensional bridge, but he's going to see all of this now. All the plans for Burger Boys laid bare. It's time to do it the old-fashioned way, and we go. Just tear them apart. Okay. Kind of hyped us up for a little bit of a nothing burger there. Because that's exactly what Burger Boys get served up. It's another Maryville round take. Viper's Pit committed, and ultimately, it gets them 1 kill.
Yeah, not exactly the value that they were hoping for. That was a good retake from Maryville. Able to just swarm out together. Some solid scaling. And now they've got Burger Boys in a pretty tough situation economically. You could see them considering their options as to how much they actually want to invest. And it's just going to force them into the timeout at this point. I don't even want to say that this should be a round worth 2. You've seen so many damn thrifties in this game, but you would think this should be enough for Maryville to get onto that 11th round.
1 enemy remaining.
I just think that the economic damage is getting pretty severe. And if you just want to play a pretty sensible game behind this stall util against, you know, these classics or maybe Sheriff's brought in, no reason to walk up into any sort of funky lines. Maryville have done a great job of obviously converting on some of these weaker buys. And Geezer again, genuinely think a lot of his kills come from shotguns, but a good recovery now in this second half, starting to really become a factor in the game. Zerona also could just straight up deny the side of the map here away from Burger Boys, and a timely timeout as Nerve has the hero rifle. Big spend up in this round.
And Giza does have the judge yet again. Yet again. Giving a lot of hard-stuck gold players hope that they too could one day make it to the Challengers League if they just keep buying the judge on defense. See? It does work. It's dishonest, but it works.
Big component of converting these eco rounds from Maryville gets him into this position, which is a commanding one. Ren's again returning over towards ramp with that operator. Okay, crash expiring, so he'll have to refresh that. Mid control fully tuned though by Burger Boys, and there's no heaven presence whatsoever on B, but the Viper's Pit prescribed response now to this. This changes the calculus a little bit for Burger Boys, starting to think a bit more about getting into heaven via ropes, a dangerous prospect, while Giza is, you guessed it, waiting there with the judge.
And this is honestly pretty awkward. They're hoping that the pit is just going to funnel them into Giza, and it does seem like that will be the case unless he gets caught. The judge is covering up this angle.
Yeah, it's the way I was going to say he did. He was hoping to turn that rope room into a chum bucket, but here comes the pistols of Burger Boys yet again. Practo gone up and got himself an op. Ren's clearly not ready for that level of scrutiny, and Ange has got to be feeling uncomfortable. Gets back into elbow after it was cleared. And
no.
Okay, Sheriff's best gun in the game. You heard it here first. This is a
another one
player Burger Boys team in a post plant now. And the only way this will be more challenges coded is if they're able to win this round still. Well, that one looks like it's off the table well and truly.
Another thrifty. Another one. That is absolutely ridiculous. I'm gonna be real. But that defensive setup for Maryville, it got incredibly awkward. They just had no B heaven control at all, so they just used the pit on site because they're scared, I think, that they could be coming through heaven because they had nothing watching it. It got very awkward in the mid round. But then the pit did serve to funnel them into vents, into the judge. But the angle that Giza was holding, the judge, like the actual weapon model, covers up someone going up the rope on his right side. But it wasn't even that player who killed him. It was someone else who just didn't kill. That was bizarre, but he's running it back. He got the judge again.
It was like the second player to swing off that rope.
That's so strange.
I think the Viper's Pit as a response to seeing a heaven side smoke is fine. It's a little easily teased out of you, I guess, but it did force, like you mentioned, it did funnel Burger Boys into the judge spot. He's just unable to deliver a very, what would have been a very macabre scene for us there.
And then also there was an optimus from Renz. He can't teleport away. Paracto one-shots him. Ange swings out. It can't hit the shots. There were just some major whiffs in that round, unfortunately, for Maryville.
I've covered up here for Bonnie. Probably not a ton of application for kind of round. It doesn't matter where mid is often smoked off here on the A side of the map. They always get a good opportunity over at B. Renz takes some incidental damage. Gate crashes out a bit, so that weakens his position further now for Maryville. And Burger Boys seem pretty adamant about maintaining their claim to it. They're going to get into ropes. Giza is going to be right to push into this. Not the situation you want to be with this kind of weaponry. This time, though, weapon model be damned. No one getting the drop on your boy Giza.
30 seconds left.
Wow, Nerve trying to clear both angles. How does Serona get a second? That is crazy.
Ooh, the noise biting. The sidestep. Practo at least trades. Giza found his one. Cabbage is not enough to soak up the bullets there. Practo falls and it's Retro.
10 seconds left.
Gonna have to give us another classic 3K performance, I think. Retro making enough noise to wake the dead here, and he won't be joining them quite yet. Picks off Ren's decayed down, but no opportunity for that to be capitalized on. There's just no time in the round. Spike isn't to hand. Retro says, well, I'll just pad the stats.
Serona gets away with a pretty absurd two-piece playing in male there. Sure, gets the first on Nerve, who's like trying to hard clear the angle, but Zerona's in an off angle, so he gets caught. But the fact that a trade can't come through immediately on a 5 HP player, that is really rough. He should not be getting away with that. I mean, you imagine that trade just comes in cool, and then we just go right into the Seekers, can get through vents with more players, totally different situations. Verona comes up huge. Yet again, I mean, both Vipers have just been easily the star players for their teams.
Maryville are looking dangerous now. Happy to take these mid pushes, play towards the extremities. Even if Giza has the guy's brought a judge again. That's fine. He's just going to keep playing and being an issue for Burger Boys to push into. Again, if it ain't broke, Giza's not looking to fix it. And if it is broke, then Giza can just blame it on an external factor and nothing about what they're doing, which is very base.
Scout destroyed.
Also, does deal significant psychological damage when he has the judge again, especially if you're the guy that dies to it a couple times in a row. It's tough to recover.
Friends here. We're looking to flash Wildfire, or rather, Verona onto this line. So deep! Oh, the pop is good though! Oh, yes! Exactly what you're looking for! A very nicely put together crossfire here for Maryville, and that really puts Burger Boys' chances of taking a map here quite out the window. This, of course, is the Maryville map pick, but this would be a beautiful conversion. Some great thrifties from them to put them in a commanding position. And that little crossfire, it's about as good as it gets. Of course.
And it should end with that. And it should end with the judge kill in that round from Giza.
Match point.
What a start for Maryville. Their first Challengers game, first Challengers map, and it's looking like they're going to take it against Burger Boys, who finished the last stage in 3rd place. That is some impressive stuff. Just a little pop flash play into the double swing. Verona again. Just goes crazy, multi-kill.
I mean, bear in mind, we are talking about Maryville, who played at DreamHack in the Rebel Homeground final, right? Against NCR. They did lose that. But they got there by beating this exact Burger Boys team in their semi-final. Yeah, semis it was. So, pretty big deal. So they've handled these guys before. They've not been part of challenges, sure, but they've been getting their reps and their licks elsewhere. All on nerve. A very nice amount of health, but probably not enough to mow down 4 players with rifles. And eventually, the end of the line comes for us all. That's Maryville with a 13-9 here on Split. Pretty bizarre map at the best of times in some of these rounds. A lot of judge abuse, even some buckies mixed in, but Maryville do take their map pick.
A lot of judge and a lot of thrifties for both teams. They really went thrifty for thrifty throughout that entire affair. So it all just kind of canceled itself out. There was enough from both teams that neither got a significant advantage from getting them at any point. But overall, that was a really well-played map. I think Maryville had a pretty solid defense there on most of the rounds. They were making good rotations. They had that one round really good retake against the Vipers pit as well. That was well played from them. Also, I think they kind of comp diffed them as well going into this with that sort of, you know, Fnatic-esque look with the Yoru and Raze that they've made popular this year, playing the double duelist versus some ancient technology. The comps was a real iPhone 9 versus iPhone 16 type.
It was like the Rosetta
game.
Stone versus, yeah, your Kindle type vibes. Between these two, a very classic look, of course, with the sky involved. It was hard to see Practo get into the game at any point, though. So that's a finger we have to point at an individual struggling to really assert himself. But we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back, of course, break down our first map and look ahead at the rest of the series because Icebox is on the horizon.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, if you're a fan of Judges and Thrifties, I have bad news for you. You missed a banger first map within the series. If you're a fan of Maryville University, good news, though, because they're going to be starting off with a win. Ash, Split's still here, chaotic as ever, and we truly got to see that with the first map of the series.
Yeah, we really did. Things got pretty funky with all the thrifties that were happening on this map, but it's also a map where it can happen because it's like so close quarters, right? There are those opportunities to make some of those shorter range weapons like the Stinger work out really well. As you guys know, I am a huge fan of that gun. But overall, I think both these teams, it was neck and neck the entire time, just about until the end there, with how they were trading these rounds back and forth. I think that what really shone though for the side of Maryville University was the fact that Renz on that Yoru, I think being able to take those timings for himself to disrespect the double controller was a really big part of the success that they found in a lot of those engagements compared to the Sky and Ray's duo on the side of Burger Boys, where Bonnie is a lot more at the hands of Practo, if you will, to find those timings and synergies.
Yeah, I think that's the power of the double duelist, right? Is they can kind of choose their own fights. Obviously, Yoru being a pretty self-sufficient duelist compared to the Raze that requires a little bit of setup. But you're absolutely right. I think the Sky doesn't really offer it too much insane amount of support level. But I mean, I think the sloppiness, guys, is to be expected a little bit, right? Because I mean, this is the last week of Split. There's probably not a ton of high quality scrims these teams could be getting. So that probably explains why this map was so sloppy, right? But to throw some stats on us here, Burger Boys won the pistol, they won the round 5 thrifty and the round 8 thrifty on the first half and managed to only get 6 rounds in the half. I mean, that should be a recipe for like a 9-3, 8-4 at the very least, right? So we're seeing a little bit of sloppy play, maybe some first match jitters, perhaps, dare I say. But yes, again, to be expected, this map isn't really it's not really in the pool for practice, I imagine. So it's to be completely expected.
Given a moment for the players to warm up, you know, everyone's been inside with the AC. It's hot outside. You know, got to give them a little bit of time. But for Maryville University, of course, being introduced into stage 3, this is definitely a great way to be kicking off for them. It was their map pick, so we did say going into this that this was going to look a little stronger for them. And Burger Boys, with knowing how, yeah, there was thrifties that went their way, there was a pistol, you now know a little bit more of a recipe for success going into the second map. But pulling up the player stats as well, Ash, looking over this, we got to see some big step-up performances from some key players.
Yeah, we definitely did. You even look at the first kills there on your screen as well, just matching up with that score, and it just tells you the importance of those opening engagements. But talking about the players, as you mentioned, as we head into the scoreboard and whatnot, I don't think that this is exactly what we expected. Okay, granted, we know that both Zerona and Retro are cracked players, but we went into this really hyping up, I think, that head-to-head with the duelists in particular. But the fights between these two, especially with those A lurks on either side, were always just so close. Both of them very aware of the positioning to expect from their opposing lurk mirror.
Yeah, I completely agree. And to add on top of this as well, like Retro is the IGL. I do want to remind us that. So the fact that he's 26 and 15 on that Viper, putting up the numbers, calling as well, is actually just insane. And obviously Zerona being the stand-in for this roster, looking so comfortable and so confident on that lurk role was just amazing to watch. But yeah, this is just a great showing from both of these players. But this does leave me kind of wondering, guys, like obviously you don't really want your IGL to be top ranking by that large of a margin, right? Like generally speaking, you want the duelists to be popping off. You want some of the controllers to be popping off as well. So I think headed into the second map, we're going to need to see a bit of a step up from the rest of this roster.
Yeah, looking at the second map in the series, for Maryville University having taken that very first map of Split, you had outlined it beforehand that, hey, these first 2 maps,
they're a little iffy.
Yeah, this could be their win condition there. So I'm definitely intrigued with Burger Boys now talking about that map pick of Icebox, where exactly this is going to go. The fact that we did get to see a little bit of a quieter game from some key players like Bonnie, I definitely think there is a lot of room to grow here, Roy, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing that I'm looking forward to in this next map.
Yeah, I'm looking definitely for the player step ups, absolutely. But I'm also looking to see what kind of meta interpretation, right? Because we are seeing some slight evolutions on this map. We're seeing the double controllers return. We're seeing some omens. We're seeing a lot of like harbor. We're seeing a ton of development in terms of how people want to approach it, and the comp variety that's coming in as well. So I'm interested and curious to see what these teams have done, whether they're going to come in with the same game plan they had in their previous seasons and their previous officials, and I want to see how they're going to be approaching this.
Yeah, I think that's a huge shout because both these teams have kind of been leaning pretty traditional within recent history. When it comes down to that Icebox composition, the main difference really being the fact that for Maryville, they've been running the stage, and then for the side of Burger Boys, it's constantly been retro on that KO. And I'm going to be really interested to see, like Roy was saying, if they are going to make any of those compositional changes. I think that I'm excited to see Bonnie back onto that Jet. Something to keep our eyes out on. I think it's the last time we saw Bonnie on Jet on the Icebox, he's playing a lot of those forward positions over towards A main. I know they are starting out on attack first, so it'll be a little bit of a different story. But once we head into that second half, definitely something to keep our eyes out on because he's constantly punished for that and kind of overstaying his welcome and trying to, I guess, warm back into that series that we saw up against Ambrosia. I would like to see maybe a bit of that adjustment and just seeing how he looks to change that positioning going forward into this series if things don't end up panning out the way he's hoping for those first bloods.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. Also, the stage for the Maryville side, if they're opting for the stage again going into this matchup, I feel like teams have sort of forgotten how to play against Sage, right? Because she kind of got pushed out of the meta for so long. I feel like people have sort of forgotten that there's a wall in the retakes, there's a wall for the force plants. Like there's a ton of different layers of utility that people have honestly just forgotten how to deal with, especially with her fading from the meta for so long. So I'm looking to see how Burger Boys, how proactive they're going to be on their attack side to just like make sure that Sage is not comfortable, or they're like disrupting the retakes and not just letting them run it down on the sites, rip wall, and then obviously go for the defuse. So I'm looking for that as well.
And that's where, for me, where looking at Burger Boys, I know Retro already had such a big step up in that first map, and like, man can't do it all, right? He's getting the kills, he's IGLing, he's doing everything, but really have done the homework. I know, honestly. But that's where I'm looking at for him to have done the homework, seeing that there is the potential of the Sage on the other side, and really be able to call around that, especially to, again, for Burger Boys. This is the team that got 3rd place within that Stage 2 playoffs. They have definitely shown that capability. And now for Icebox, we'll have to see if they're capable of that bounce back. And this is where, Ash, I'm hoping we do get that redemption with the key players, specifically eyeing up a Jet on the one end as our agent select is ready. If, they're sticking to the Jet, of course. But I think Burger Boys have definitely shown in the past, on their good days, Icebox can definitely be a strong map.
Yeah, I can't imagine that they would move away from the Jet, I think, on this map in particular. And there's going to be a lot more of that support for Never mind, because we're throwing the KO out the window. The Harbor is going to be coming in here. I think for Burger Boys, this is really interesting with how this is going to affect their attacking side. Mainly that scale up, and the fact that there are no flashes on either of these teams means that there's so much more pressure on both of the Sovas on both ends to provide that value and information for the initiation. But man, I'm excited to see the dynamic between like that cove and then the wall and those post plant and retake scenarios here, Roy.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's a really good shout. I mean, Harbor sort of fills in that Sage, like that niche of like forcing plant, forcing retakes with the Cove. I think that's a really big factor. So I'm curious to see how Maryville have adapted to that. But there's also the layer of the Harbor all as well, right? Allowing it, making it really strong on the executes, making it really strong on the post plants and retakes. So there's going to be a lot of layers of new things that Maryville will need to deal with. And I'm going to see how they're going to deal with the added layers of walls specifically towards that B main as well.
And having that thrown at them when they're missing their IGL, the sub has been an absolute step up for sure. But it's time to see if Maryville, going into the second map, have enough to try and close out this series and make sure a third map is not on the horizon. Let's get to Icebox and find out, and head back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Just as was pointed out by our desk folks, it's double Senti versus that double controller look here. Harbor getting brought into the fold by Burger Boys. Maryville, of course, on their map pick, finds some pretty unlikely rounds that let them sort of edge out an advantage over a number of different rounds. Now, of course, though, a decent map here for Maryville in the last couple of months is Icebox. I think they're like 6-1 on it. And like Roy teased, this Sage comp can be challenging to play into.
Definitely. And it's also tough to play into Zerona on the Viper yet again. Back-to-back maps playing this agent and on split. was pretty phenomenal, was absolutely the star player for Maryville, and the only one contesting him in the server was Retro, the Viper on the other side, who's now picking up the Harbor for what is, at least personally, my favorite comp on this map. I think it, when being played right, is the most powerful comp on this map, but it is pretty difficult to run overall. Burger Boys, though, they are a team that I think can pull it off. They're also a squad that's been playing together now as a unit for a while, so should have the synergy to do so, the practice to do so.
Zorona's able to get away just around that corner. Bonnie really wanted to take the fight to him, though. The tailwind gets him pretty deep onto the big site. So behind the Viper wall, Burger Boys are well and truly in position. Now, they don't have the capacity to fight for Snowman or anything like that, so likely to try and fall back. See what Maryville can make use of to get them into this side. Like Ash mentioned, no flashes, so getting good value out of your initiators on both sides, especially now for Maryville, is going to be important.
All stacked up right now behind that wall. They want to swing through together, fight forward, off that Sage for Bonnie. Lovely two-piece.
Good looking off angle for Bonnie now, and it's gone from bad to worse now for Maryville. Friends on site, Bonnie able to bring him down. 3 already for the Jet. And that's exactly how you want your star player to kick things off, folks. 4 kills for Bonnie off this pistol. Maryville tried to bully their way back into B, and it all fell flat.
He is feeling it and is definitely not a player that likes to slow down. I feel like we're going to be getting shades of YZ at Toronto on a Jet Icebox from him on this map. Just going to be hungry to take that next engagement. Always wants to fight forward. That's just the start the Burger Boys pretty desperately needed after that first map loss. Get things on the right foot. Just Serona here towards B, and if he continues that form for a map 1, should be tough to deal with him as the standard anchor towards this side of the map.
Pretty similar script as last time, with the exception of Zerona being far more passive on B early. Same approach though, Cove for the plant. Burger Boys waiting on contact eventually as his Viper wall comes down. So that Sage will get applied this time to sort of screen off this retake attempt, or at least allow a multi-swing out. Very, very difficult for Maryville. Obviously not equipped to remotely the same degree, but it hasn't stopped Ren so far. Let's Bonnie falling. Nerve having to take the pitch battle. A lot of players stacked up here over towards the yellow side, and it's getting a little bit... Oh my goodness. Again, Maryville fighting in with a couple of Sheriff's classics.
How?
A great question.
How? Can we get a third caster in here to explain to me how? Because I'm not going to do it. I refuse.
I think on principle, I'd like to refuse to do that. I think Ren's obviously was a little bit
like
solo,
a 7th eco. Is this the 6th or the 7th eco round win that we've seen in this game so far? It's mental. Again?
Let's see this back.
The fight back sight. I mean, Retro gets the 2. Yeah, they just swarm because Giza gets the kill on Nanners. I mean, we are playing with too many players at yellow. Let's be real. We shouldn't have 3 there. We need another guy in B main. So the position's a bit awry, but still, man.
I mean, Giza ruined them. That was devastating.
He did. Giza did ruin them. I mean, it comes down to that duel against Nanners, winning that out. But come on, man.
It's just such an unreal round to take.
I want to live in a stable, calculated world, not this chaos. It's too much. It's too much for my aging heart to handle.
It is. It's very stressful, isn't it? Imagine being in the game. That's why I became a caster. I get paid the same amount, win or lose. That's the beauty of it. Here's Nerve. All the way back. Playing it slow. Prakto's the one with the Guardian this round. Renz has exposed himself, but can always get out of jail free, essentially. And this is what everyone want to do behind the Sage wall, right? Just take their time. Despite not having any flashes wise, they've got some good stall utility. And they make great use of it there. Get themselves their 2nd round.
Oh, that is very well done. I do love the duelists to Sage on Icebox pipeline that we see sometimes. It is pretty fun. When players, we'll see if Giza does some of it, but they get silly using the wall like Jaw will on attack, like throw it down on 410 to get into the sky and have some crazy angles to play off of. I like that Sage is having a little return right now. People are liking her on Icebox again.
It's letting Maryville play inside this A site, even after like there's a high tide thrown up behind them. Like they can enter with a bit more confidence, play around a safe wall, slow warp. Okay, Renz. This time not getting out scot-free. Weapon as yet unrecoverable.
Right here.
As there's a big old noise cut for Burger Boys, which would have been fine if Maryville didn't have so much map control. Verona's pushed up here.
They want to go for this res. I mean, they're going to bait out swings, but I don't know if they wanted those swings to be baited out with only 2 of them there.
The wall just does not cover that. If there's any play from Belt, it would have been an issue. And okay, never mind. Bonnie with 70 health. Blade Storm at the ready. Looking to take a fight against Ange, who is just too canny. Seen that situation far too many times before. I mean, Burger Boys are just disintegrating late in these rounds.
Pretty sick for Ange, able to win that out. Puts 3 on the board, but it's just no one able to trade off of him. Giza gets the early res because of all those kills on the prior couple rounds. I mean, they have to know they're going to be baiting out swings in that situation. Maybe hoping there would be less players trying to capitalize off of that res coming through. But not the case. They get absolutely crushed. And Ange saves them.
If there's the assumption that there's no one in Crows or Belt, that's fine, but it's a pretty wild assumption to make.
I mean, yeah, I guess they would have been, maybe hoping that there would just be one player there that's left inserted and the players early round left to try and take space elsewhere.
That's the noise cut, right? That's the noise cut working pretty heavily in favor of Burger. That is the assumption for Maryville. They just pulled off that site.
Yeah, we'll see it again here in a moment, maybe. But
I mean, this is pretty egregious. That should not be allowed.
That is pretty crazy. I mean, yeah, Nanners just can't get that trade in time. Burger Boys are on the eco once again. We have a Guardian for Bonnie who's putting up some numbers early, but that has not been enough to actually get them in a good position in this game outside of when they won the pistol round. The only round to their name so far, unfortunately.
The runner here off
that could have been a lot more deadly. And it looked like it was going to be.
No, just glancing blows. Bonnie caught out. I think they sprayed into the cloudburst. Bonnie really had nowhere to go in fairness. Renz wants to swing off this yet again. And a gun advantage. Gives him all the confidence he needs. A bit of tailwind off that line. Maintain the weapon and nerve with Stinger. Zorona rips him a new one. Flawless round here for Maryville. Oh, God, I mean,
they use the Hunter's Fury to ensure that that's a flawless round. That's a big commitment. I think they already had 2 kills, but hey, it does result in them getting that flawless, and they'll have enough cash to, their grandchildren will be getting full buys. So all good, I suppose.
The whole generation of Nepo babies spawned by those last couple of rounds.
Especially, I mean, yeah, this is great. The cloud is still up. They're isolated. They're getting Hunter's Fury. That's tough. That's tough, Burger Boys, but now they got the full buy. They have 2 good ultimates, one for taking the site, one to close the round out. Let's see if they can use them in that fashion.
Burger Boys just can't force Maryville off these sites on virtue of their controller util. And that's the problem. They're forced to fight for them, which is like dashing into a cloudburst. They're trying to multi-swing some of these angles, getting caught by a sage wall, slowed up. Here's a reckoning. The sage wall, though, is a bit of a wrinkle in this kind of plan. Like, that needs to be dealt with if Burger Boys are hoping to capitalize on it. It does at least cause Maryville to give up the site for a moment, but they break back in and Bonnie's able to get some footing on Crow's Nest before being instantly cut down. Another terrible result in the early round for Burger Boys. And yeah, still no spike plant.
Ben's displaying some good awareness there as well. There's our Nanners in mid, and Zorona is so ready for someone to be walking back, trying to reposition towards Belt, perhaps.
And Retro tries to fight there inside the site, but it's on Practo, who's had a pretty anemic outing, I would say. Renz takes in the task, shorty in hand. That's Maryville with a 4-round buffer. And like you mentioned, that economy is now spiraling extremely out of control. Surely means another rifle back in the hands of Renz, or rather another op to really punish these early round plays from Burger Boys.
And on top of that, both of those ultimates used, falling completely flat. This was a pivotal moment where Renz is just hyper aware of that lurk coming through. Nanners gets no impact on the round. The remaining Burger Boys players get completely encircled in the site. Maryville are looking real good. Now that Renz is on the jet, this guy's looking like a demon.
I mean, honestly, the Yoru play was pretty fantastic as well. Maybe overshadowed by the gratuitous amount of judge kills that was scored by Geezer in the second half of that split game. But in general, outside of a couple situations which he was overwhelmed, he was good. This is not good for Burger Boys at all. Look at this buy. It is. It's a patchwork. Not the pleasant time you see on your Nana's quill. The one you see in Frankenstein. Opens up here. That's going to be dealt with. So no simple plant. Here's Andrew. He's fighting in the side. Retro. Overwhelmed by a double swing from low. They're the correct for it. And it's turning into a bloodbath.
Wow, they even are kind of using Burger Boy's Cove against them there. Just pivoting into the back site, triple faced up. Just taking all of the duels together. It's, Giza collecting all the kills, but if he weren't hitting the shots, I think that was Renz and Ange, but there were definitely two players right next to him who would have gotten the kills regardless. That was a really nice flood with just a solid display of fundamentals. Damn, Maryville are looking good. And listen, we're talking about Burger Boys coming into this, and as we should, as a team that are genuinely vying for getting to Ascension. And this is a team new to Challengers now, certainly not new to competing, but new to Challengers that are absolutely showing out.
Nana's gets himself up. Mid, are we looking at the mythical A split? We might be. Some presence established here, but to work with them. Blink and you miss it. That was the edge for Burger Boys being blunted almost instantly. Now Bunny is a little stranded here. There's always a lingering question of whether Maryville expect a second player who was pushed so far up. Wildfire, though, is looking for it. Bonnie has flipped the net.
This is tough. This is tough for Bonnie, though. So many angles that he has to cover, and it's all about the timings. And it just doesn't work out.
Verona caught by a shock in the back of the side. Practice able to get in there. Cascade to follow it up now. Deny some push in from Boiler, but it's still dangerous now as Ange got rezzed back in the game. 4 guns up for Maryville. 100 Fury for Praxo, but he won't have the space to get off this side, and he knows it. They come for him, and they come for him quick. Don Retro, star of Split. Torture, just another smear on Icebox.
Thanks.
That's another res coming out already from Giza, second so far in this game. Bonnie gets into a very far forward position, but ultimately it ends up being a tough one to play from. There's just too many angles that he's aware he could be getting peeked from in that moment. And maybe if Nanners can convert that second kill, he certainly had an opportunity to do so. Then maybe we're cooking, but ultimately the trades are still found for Maryville, despite Burger Boys working into some tough positions for them to deal with. It's resulted with another low buy for them. Triple Guardianed up at the very least.
Play with a Phantom in many of these rounds. Maryville very invested in the anchor the site plan, knowing that a lot of these sight lines for an op play will get cut off by double control utility. Verona going to reciprocate though, immediately comes in. But the Viper's pitted old buddy. Yeah, well, he suffered the sting of the Nano Swarm and can't get up into Crow's Nest in time. Zerona finds timing, and tell you what, this is a miraculous super sub performance from Zerona. Practo goes to work though. Wildfire is handled, but the Viper's pit is still in play, and Burger Boys still look committed to some degree, especially now with the spike loose over towards 410. Recovering this is going to be virtually impossible. Slow warp now makes it virtually a non-option for Nanas to step up and take this, and Geezer is going to take things into his own hands. Zerona did fall. Geezer not able to find a trade there, but there it is. Quick as you like.
Looked like Renz was going to go down and
him.
smack him in the face. Had both hands out, just ready to swing on that man. Yeah, there's just nothing they can do there. That pit has absolutely destroyed them. And on top of that, Maryville are playing with so much confidence that they just get timings to try and face out together. Take the fights to them. So well done. Yet again, these guys are on fire. And on Icebox defense, too. I mean, maybe the sides are swapped. We see them go on a run on attack, sure. But you don't see teams winning blowout victories on Icebox starting defense very often compared to if they were on attack.
Maryville, I think, struggling a little bit with the or the Burger Boys, excuse me, striking with the overarching game plan here on Icebox. They obviously mixed up their comp, switched it up relatively recently. Away from that KO. Low warp here to buy some time. Bonnie gets up on pipes. That's a good opening. Now Hunter's Fury, more speculative than anything else, but could give an edge. That causes Rens to trade things out. Geeks are actually getting caught.
Last player standing.
And throwing her a long way away from the action. This is already Burger Boys coming up for air at the last second on this map. Able to get in there despite some issues caused by Rens, who's at 13 and 5. Zerona now has to put his big boy pants on.
I mean, Maryville are playing with a hell of a lot of confidence, so they're just ready to swing in together and take those fights, but they're down a man, and that's, you know, before Burger Boys are really even on the site trying to get the spike down. Zerona's all alone, and of course, ultimately going to be dealt with. It seems like they might have even just kind of beaten the optimal timing there. They went so fast that they end up running into the Hunter's Fury, and the rest of the players just crosshairs on the angles. But it's definitely a display of how good these guys are feeling right now, and honestly, I can't blame them. Renz is still able to pick up 2 in this situation. It deals with Bonnie, swings onto Retro. Overall, though, obviously just too many players for them to try and deal with there.
Switch up pretty much straight away, though, Wyatt. Renz has actually gone for the op this round, finally moving away from that rifle kind of play. Probably wants to deny. Yeah, just play up towards Belt. So Burger Boys all forced to play from. Whoa, that is so risky. Well, Renz peeks in there, but Bonnie is sharp. Looks like Practo took a big hit, though. Still not the result Maryville.
Okay, that is nerdy. All right, Jimmy Neutron, get out of my face, brother. My God.
Wait, Bonnie, what the hell? Okay, but we trade that out in reasonable fashion, though.
I mean, the re-swing from Giza made very little sense. Bonnie was definitely not ready for it. We are now even in numbers after a pretty absurd start to the round. Wildfire hoping to get his team back into the site, but has to have the quick step to get ahead of these reckoning circles. Now, you do have this recon into the Vipe's pit. Not a whole lot of other tools here for Maryville to make use of, and Wildfire is just shooting in the dark, literally trying to see what can be found. There's Ange, gets in, pit is down, and that is the worst possible way this could have gone. And Wildfire is a turret.
And just catches the perfect timing, I suppose, to drop down and find the kill onto Nanners. And Wildfire, what was happening with my brother's aim at the end there? He was going wild with it, but
sometimes you just hit the ADS for like a close.
Yeah, for the no good reason. The no good reason ADS. Respect.
Yeah. Really just a vibes
Also,
thing, Wyatt.
nah. That's tough. That landed right on his dome. He got posterized by that shock dart. That's tough.
That's wild.
I respect it. 7-round lead. Burger Boys now with that econ reset to some degree. And at least can force the defenders off site with the lockdown, in theory. It's a Blade Storm. Already brought into the round here by Bonnie to supplement the lack of weaponry. That's a big old Sage Wall, though. I will be honest.
Enjoy dealing with that.
Get carving, bro. Make a swan for me, brother. Something for the Royal Gala.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh, my word. Those were some awkward swings. Oh, my God. Giza is just actually relentless. No fear. Keep swinging. Renz wants to help. Bananas is stepping up. Brings us into the 2 versus 2.
Aldrin could be important here. To actually allow engine to more of the map than otherwise would be the case. Rocky's here to stall. That's why Burger Boys are playing back. Very slow and slowly calling a cancel, but the timing of the Aldrin kind of sees this, and already Ange is drifting back towards that mid direction, so we can actually beat Burger Boys on this. How risky do you want to be though? No, you're going to get a double swing. Poison orb timing is good. Ange can't do much about that. Away he goes back towards B. Not sure if it's a pump fake. God, he's got a good read on this Wyatt. Bloody hell.
Recon goes pretty deep, not going to actually spot them out. And going all the way back, yellow. This looks like it's going to be a great rotation from him.
Look how deep he's gotten now because the sights and there's Nanas. Of course they're not expecting
10
yellow.
seconds left.
And just a couple of steps ahead of them. Retro's got to go for the most extreme plant spot possible here. And already spamming that location. Can he do it? Ball comes down. There's Wildfire. Expect a double swing off this. And Retro does not have the transfer when it's needed.
Oh, maybe
just sick read from Ange.
Made me believe for a second. That is so well played. It's not just the awareness that they could go back to B, because of course they could because of the cloud being up. They don't know.
Switching
Getting
sides.
back yellow, that was a great rotation. Completely caught them off.
The Owl drone as well. I mean, like, yeah, Ange basically fully predicts the double back here, the pump fake to come in. The Owl drone to confirm the departure from the side is what gives Ange the head start to be first in the mid. Now, obviously, the poison orb was an issue for him there, but the decision to split the map there is just so sick, and he's way deeper than Burger Boys ever would have expected. Completely giga-brained in that round.
This has been a pretty sick blowout for an Icebox defense half. Burger Boys just could not find an answer. So many of these rounds just running into the waves of util. Early recon is going to be dodged by Maryville, just not passing through the doorways until it expires, and then opting to go forward a little bit later. Renz fully invests all the credits into the Sheriff, as does Ange.
Burger Boys have been in this position too many times to count on this half. On that first half. Now, of course,
Take flight.
have to build their way back into a second half of the successful play on defense. Of course, they are flush with stall util. They get the information around the map when they need it. Now the probe towards mid. That was a turret. 48 to play with now in Maryville, considering the double back. Practo, though.
He gets the hell out of there, as he should. As he should.
Maryville are getting pretty close to a critical massive info, or at least they're getting about as much as you could reasonably expect on this round. So, yep, nothing to do but to do it, folks.
30 seconds left.
Here's Bunny. Tailwind at the round. What a catch, just as the save wall came up, and now he's going to just try and defeat it, get over it. But brought down is Bunny. This will allow for a full plant.
Planted.
Still, it's a player advantage now for Burger Boys into the post climb. Arenz is positioned forward. The tail window is just expired, and he doesn't expect Practor to be on that off angle. Wildfire just swings across, right clicks here. Desperation now on the attack side. Going to be a tough pistol round to win from here on out, and Practo comes alive. Pretty darn good with the ghost, as we've seen in stage 2. Much needed pistol round win to start this second half for Burger Boys.
They have definitely needed that man to come to life at some point in this series. He was really phenomenal last we saw him. It's just been slow goings today until that moment. And a much needed pistol round win, obviously. Always feels silly to say in a situation like this because it's so obviously the truth, but it is the truth. Maryville caught on that cross by Bonnie, trying to plant safe, so they just get no control over the back site. It's really easy for Burger Boys to flood all the way back in together, have all of that control, some better positions to fight from. Maybe if Giza doesn't get caught, okay, we're looking at a different story, but that's just not the one that we saw there.
If you're not confident about getting that backside control, the B side probably way more attractive, right? Viper wall, stage wall, get that safe plant, fall back and play those post positions. I don't know why Nanas is pretty proactive here. Swing this wall on a timing. Okay, Liv. Left a bit to be desired, but knew that Nerve had his 6.
Spike down B.
Good.
Now things fall apart.
Good. I'm glad they're winning this round. I don't need to see another eco in this game. I don't need to see it. Thank you, Nerve.
Got the down. Looks like it was just info that Nanas was looking for. That jump through. And there you have it. Maryville knocked down on these first couple of rounds of the second half, but much more to play. We're still looking in the direction of Giza. And of course, Renz leading the way in that first half.
See if Burger Boys can actually now take this further, convert on to the bonus. Listen, I'm going to be real. I got really scared when Nanners jumped through that, and there were 3 players standing behind that wall. I thought we were going to get, for the second time in this game, a pistol round 1 by Burger Boys, and then a subsequent loss to an eco. But it did not happen. Bonnie still has this outlaw, only 1 player with 125 HP for Maryville, though, so would have to be a little bit lucky to be able to find Zerona, get that one-shot. Fracto wants to make his own luck by just walking forward, trying to take a timing, take a fight, not going to come through.
Of course, the standard L drone, of course, is off the line.
Ooh, Hunter's Fury, actually. Already, just off of that orb being collected by Fracto. That could certainly be enough to win a bonus.
There's Zerona, though, always so good on the fringes of the map, just being left to play individually. He's getting absolutely nothing on some of these rounds. Of course, there's the question of, like, what kind of controller util do you have to work with on this attack side? The answer, excuse me, is none. So just let Zerona kill everybody and go B instead. Has to be the plan. To play behind the only controller util you have on the map. Now, I love this because Maryville are staying the course, going to A, but players, of course, getting drawn over towards the B side with the player up the Snowman.
30 seconds.
Definitely signals deep presence. Fracto, that is sharp. About as good as it gets. Hunter's Fury won't be enough to stop this plant whatsoever. He's trying to heal himself back up, though.
I mean, and Fracto gets the kill. Gun recovered for Bonnie, at least. Yeah, now has the full upgrade to the Vandal.
Full post plant position taken up here. Cove, an issue. Fracto knows he's going to be sprayed down, but Anders is able to deal with him now. Half, 3/4. Not quite. Oh, he got it. That is nuts. Okay. Burger Boys take a clutch round. Retro stays in it long enough to get the job done.
That's insane that they were able to get away with that. I'm sorry, they were in a 3 versus 5 because Zerona just found 2 kills over on the B site. The rotations came off, but I'm going to assume that Maryville were just out of reach for the audio to hear the footsteps running away from site, because presumably if they had, they would have accelerated faster getting in before Fracto had returned over towards screen. Bonnie hits a sick sheriff shot. That Hunter's Fury that we mentioned comes into play. Everything works out for them.
Okay, we're just walking up on it in this round. Maryville looking a little shaky now. And now it's going to be very hard to shift here, even with best of mechanics. Flawless round here. And Maryville half by shut right on down. This game has shrunk here from an 8-round lead to a 4-round. Maryville not only giving over that pistol round, but also a lot of the momentum they built up in the first half. Now, time to call the timeout, time to put it together, because Bonnie was a problem with that op earlier on. He's really threatening to take over the game.
That might have been the fastest round that we've seen in all of Icebox. I think it definitely was, to be honest. Some nice shots from Nerve. All of a sudden, it feels like the team just as a whole, they're heating up. Everybody individually are suddenly having some moments. This is certainly the best time to get a timeout in before things completely spiral out of control while you're still maintaining a sizable advantage on the scoreboard. MC getting in the mix. You know, maybe they'll be able to funnel an orb over to Giza if they can get him to spike, get the wall down, go for the plant. I mean, on attack when you're playing Sage, typically you are just a wingman, but you're a player. All you do is plant the spike. So should presumably be kind of easy to at least have a res in a post plant. But other than that, unlikely we'll see any other ultimates on the table.
And like some high poly ornithology to get us fired up for this round number 17. Now, it's about to get pretty volatile over the next few rounds with some of these key ultimates coming just around the corner. For the time being, though, the one to watch maybe is Lockdown. These are obviously one away from res, which is conditionally effective. We saw one used in the previous half to no avail. This time now, Maryville thinking a little bit more about that B side of the map. Zerona's done a very good job sort of clearing the way, and there's definitely conditioning, considering that Maryville get 2 kills on B and still go A a couple of rounds prior on that buy and end up losing it.
Poison's off.
Nanas has gotten pretty far forward towards yellow, though.
Does he want to take things further? Is he actually going to peek out? I mean, if he does, surely he'll go down. There are two players based onto that angle right now, and
Got back up.
Renz and Giza.
There is like a swing here of green. And that wall comes down. The timing's right. Obviously, Retro can still get involved. Hey, on the side, Nanas fighting his time a little bit more. Is able to find Renz and Zerona. A problem. Really dominating this B side of the map. It's taken more than that, though. Renz is back in the game. It's going to be a high tide here just to try and slow things on down. Burger Boys getting some breathing room here. Maryville can't do much about that. They try and recover the spike there. It's on the wrong side of the high tide, and Giza is brought down as in theory he was trying to recover it. This is all pretty easy for Pac now, as Maryville had no choice but to swing that high tide and just go for it. Can Ange bail them out? 1v2.
Oh, that is dirty on the move, I'm pretty sure.
Practo dominating the game from Snow. Man, all he has to do is buy a little bit of time, and Ange isn't going to get what he's looking for.
That round got incredibly awkward. Zerona almost recovers it. I mean, Maryville were trying to sell presence over towards A. They left their Sova over there, and Wildfire threw up a recon pretty late. But after that was broken, the players from A actually started rotating off. Regardless of that, though, all the while, there were multiple players over towards B. Burger Boys were really aware that that would likely be where things were finishing. They had 3 players favoring that side of the map. They just had a complete read on the situation.
Let's spin it back. Burger Boys continuing to stack these rounds, making these deposits each and every time. Okay, that's the position we saw that Bonnie had taken up with that operator a few rounds ago. Practo, though, instead of reposting like his counterpart did, he will give up the site. So I was expecting this lockdown to come in. Practo able to play from the fringes. Basically, Burger Boys looking to get back in. Reckoning only one away here for Retro. Nerve also pretty close to his own lockdown. Should it be required? It's a Viper's pit, though. Maryville really want to lock this round down.
Ren's playing up close and a lot of danger. Needs to back away. Can't get safely into the pit.
Retro drops, looking to fight. One way or another, Burger Boys are heading into this Viper's pit now. What? In the midst of it, Nanas helps him out. That's going to drop the pit itself, but now Wildfire has to play some sort of weird, antiquated post-plant scenario. Handles body. Oh, nice util. Retro, though, he got to half, and he very quickly is going to finish the job. Nothing Wildfire could do. Too far from the action. Maryville now starting to see that map win fade a little more.
He hit some crazy share of shots at the end for no good reason. The double shocks. For a second, I was like, wait a second. Is this dude about to pull this off? But no, I mean, there's just cove down. Retro easily able to get the second half of the spike diffused. Maryville got themselves into a good position by walling off screens. They get the pit down. Renz wanted to play forward because he has the stinger, but ultimately just overextends himself, caught on the retreat. That was the most winnable situation that they put themselves in so far, and it completely crumbles. And now they're facing down this operator of Bonnie, posted up towards the A side, where they are favoring as the attacking team right now. They've made their presence known for sure, but it looks like they want to pull off on account of Zerona getting a decent amount of space here towards B main.
Good exchange of util. Bonnie's able to get back up on the line because of Practo's drone after he was initially forced off of it by that of Wildfire. Kind of shuts the door in the face of Maryville in terms of that A side of the map for the time being. And B is even more successful. Retro in a retake, having this reckoning, would be big. And conversely, falling early in the round, not a good sign for Burger Boys. So he's playing relatively safe. And on a solo mission here, straight up tube. And now it's back to A. Maryville are looking to go.
There was a cross-map recon thrown back yellow. They want to make it seem like they're heading towards B, but the team are trying to hit A. Bonnie's still posted up.
Completely climbing that. Retro got off the line a little bit too early. This one finally breaking in favor of Maryville. It's been feeling like the deck's been stacked against them for so many
trying to lead.
They've been no control over that part of the map. Retro got timing, allowed him to slip through, and then couldn't retake that
10
position.
seconds left.
Wildfire might be down, but this spike is certainly going to be planted. Renz cuts them off at the pass. Bonnie and Practo fall to the Blade Storm. And Maryville finally get themselves one back.
On that hit, they just are able to catch out the Burger Boys players, I think, mid-rotate. Yeah, like both Ange and Zerona. They had a double lurk going, and both of them find value. And Retro just caught going back in towards mid, and the 3 players towards A, they just free rotate all the way back. All right, cool. We just don't have to do a thing.
Again, there's a bunch of things that really line up there for Ange. I thought that Retro was playing pretty reasonably, fairly safe. Through mid. He with the tailwind at the ready. They dealt with the early jet threat, much as in the previous round. This time, Maryville might want to accelerate into this. This first rotation of the Viper wall, though, they don't capitalize on it. It's just as well, because here's a lockdown that will force them into that corner over by yellow, or off the side entirely. And it's the second option they're going for.
Not too bad to have already baited out the lockdown this early into the round. They want to repivot back. They're going to leave Engine towards mid. They have a Hunter's Fury for a post plant here. They're not going to have to deal with the operator because Bonnie is still on B. Things are looking pretty good for Maryville right now.
Despite the lockdown on B, Burger Boys also stacked the site with 4 players, leaving A little bit light-handed. Retro in trouble, down to 70. One last bolt come through. He survives it.
Practo wants to fight this. Retro goes down. He had the reckoning. Oh, this is so awkward.
Looking for an odd timing. Practo was the A player that was sort of left right at the back on rafters. Now looking for an opportunity to get in there. It's hard to sort of make heads or tails of how he chooses that timing. The result, though, is what's important. It's Maryville now getting on towards match point as Anne continues to be a problem up through to Diet Milk Addict strikes once again, and that's a flawless round for Maryville. And that's going to give them a couple of bites at the apple at ending this series.
They're able to get that lockdown out early. They make a good pivot over towards the A site, which was pretty vacant, and then just an error from Burger Boys trying to work their way back in, but one of the players was Retro with the reckoning. You have to feel if they just wait and go for a full 5-on-5 retake and rip that ult, especially given the Hunter's Fury has already been used. That's a good advantage to get back in and try to just win an honest 5-on-5, but it crumbles. Now Practo with an awkward Ares by trying to get forward. Maryville have been happy to just deny that close space with the Shock Dart combined with the Slow Orb.
Your fault.
All right. Friends dealt with. And Maryville haven't really looked to take too much space elsewhere over the map. Little gambit from Bonnie. It's going to pay off. And the Viper Spit obviously is going to force a mid-play. I'm always up to see if an ace split can work out. The Rhone is the one up two this time. That is going to be guarded by a turret. I'll have to clear that. Retro! Okay, shows up in mid. Down. Now let's get Bonnie turning around. The Sage Walls to answer any sort of threat coming back in from the spawn side. But Bonnie's able to get some air. Giza dealt with. What a flick in the direction of Wildfire. Puts Zerona on his own and he just can't get the job done. Maryville denied a chance to end the map. Still though, with the money they've been able to build up, they can have another full buy crack at it.
A few chances to take this to OT on account of Bonnie just coming up with heroic maneuvers via the Blade Storm. Like that first shot, that instant one tap was crazy. And then the flick over to the left to deal with Ange, who was swinging from bottom 410. That was some pretty sick stuff. Ends up with 3 kills that round. Come on, this right here was nasty.
That great correction. Much needed. Okay, timeout here for Maryville. Obviously the last of the game. Things slowing up a little bit. They've really wanted to take their time in these early rounds. Unfortunately for them, they sort of lose Rens early with that wild push up by Bonnie, who again, the kind of player that can introduce that element of chaos to the game. Make it really hard to handle.
Maryville have a few opportunities to close this out. One of them will certainly be with the lockdown, and just definitely going to get that at some point, being just 2 orbs away. And you know, if this round is a round loss, you still have 2 opportunities. You still have a lot of money. You would love to at least force Burger Boys to have to use these ultimates before yours are online. That will be crucial for them getting this over the finish line too. Bonnie's not going to have any cash to get an AWP anytime soon, so they know they won't have to be dealing with that.
Okay, big shoot presence again. Covered by the turret. This time, Retro not giving up any early frags. God, this is a big commitment to this part of the map.
Right there.
Turret handled. Where do you go from here, though? That's the big question. Retro just trying to put himself in a position to be involved here. And here's all the footsteps going over to the B-side. Nanas has to watch out. Shouldn't get overwhelmed. Reckoning now is going to be in play. Nerve holds it down. Sees a couple of players drop out of Crow's Nest, though, and Retro sees Geezer right up in his grill. Maryville now down to 2.
What?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. That was low. In fairness. That was absolutely wild, though. Retro with only 6 to work with. Wildfire's now been able to even up the game. Spike's loose, though. Bonnie has it under his watchful eye. Now Viper Wall comes down. Practo now a thorn in the side, but Wildfire has found his 3rd for the round. And it's on Bonnie. A potential double swing heading in this direction. He's trying to gain this. He's trying to play it as safe as possible, but Maryville have an embarrassment of riches and the buffer to spend on an aggressive double swing. Maryville with a 2-0 in their debut series against the top 3 team from stage 2.
That is a pretty mental way to debut. Respect to Wildfire, who in a 2 versus 4 really hit them with the denied win and just took 4 1v1s and won all of them. in real, I queued up for deathmatch to warm up for this match fashion. Just deletes everybody from the server. I was getting ready to talk about how it's great that they were able to get the ults out. Cool. That just doesn't even matter. The Burger Boys players weren't able to group up and they're just deleted by that one man. So that was a pretty sick way to end things. But I mean, overall, that defensive half for Maryville was so solid. They go up 10-2. It's just one of those situations where no matter what Burger Boys do in the second half, the lead is insurmountable. It feels inevitable that they're just going to lose that out. And a clean 2-0. That's some impressive stuff. Debut game. And Burger Boys, man, they're, like we said, they're vying to try and actually get into the Ascension tournament this year out of nowhere after their performance in that last stage. Tough way to start things off, though. We'll see if they can bounce back moving forward.
Actual progression for a team like Maryville, dominating the collegiate scene now, moving into Tier 2. Folks, we're going to be back after a break. We're going to break down this match and set our sights, of course, on towards our second and final game of the day, so don't go too far. This is, of course, day 1 of Stage 3 of NA Challengers.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
final stage, one last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, the warmest of welcomes to Maryville University into Challengers Stage 3 as they're going to make their debut with a 2-0 win over Burger Boys. I mean, we had called out that this Veto looked good for them. Second map, you know, we got a little silly with it, but they're still going to take the victory in the end. Ash, some great stuff here.
Definitely great stuff. And hear me out, okay? They're going to lose the first 2 rounds of Swiss stage, and then it'll be flawless run. It's just a repeat of stage 2. It's okay. I'm coping with the fact that we did have that 4 predict on Burger Boys earlier today. But looking back now at how this match ended up going, I think a big portion of it did come down to a lot of the decision making in that 10-2 start from Maryville. You saw them conditioning early on, looking to deny that value out of the Harbor utility. I know it's kind of hard to see like in this particular round there, but it was that wall over towards B main, then it denies that ability for the scale up to happen from Burger Boys. And it was just little decisions like that, Roy, that I felt like Maryville were making on the defensive side to deny that value, and Burger Boys really struggled to make the adjustments to make that attack work.
Absolutely. I think it's those little details where you recognize like, okay, this team is definitely not like fluking their way here, and there's a reason why they look so like cohesive, is the fact that they clearly have a game plan. And I think the way they were playing their stage on their defense side has completely mitigated that Harbor value. So it almost feels like Burger Boys played their hand against themselves, because it really did feel like when Maryville University, they won the Veto in terms of like the map selection, but they also came in with a really strong game plan into that second map. So ultimately, you're absolutely right to give a shout out to that, because they looked very drilled.
Looking at this Maryville team too, I mean, there is questions in terms of how they're going to fare without their IGL going on into this series. That is a huge loss to have when you're going up against the team that ended up 3rd in the playoffs. But when it came down to it, still able to come together. A little 4-piece from Wildfire at the end definitely helps solidify things. Let's absolutely not get that wrong. But I think given what could have been a tough task ahead of them, the players on Maryville stepped up huge, and even sometimes right at a down an advantage. I mean, Burger Boys with the first kill lead, but Maryville still able to bounce back through that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little dicey on the attack side at first, right? We were all like, oh, is this happening? Is this the reverse sweep coming on here? But you saw the adaptation come out, right? You saw the fact that they started playing a little bit more spread out. They're playing what I call like a spider default, where they have like 2 different lurkers and they have their core working one way, and it opens up so many pathways depending on how the lurkers are playing it out. And this style of Valorant is honestly generally very hard to pull off, because you really need players who are very macro aware, who kind of understand the timings and general like meta flow. And I feel like this is the type of team that they have the experience, they kind of have the skill set, and they have a very good coach, and they're the type of team that can pull it off. And when they did, it was pretty much flawless from there.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about how that stage pick also works so well on defense, just, you know, for that extremity control, but even the adjustments into those retakes. And that's why we didn't see much successful post plants out of the side of Burger Boys, was just how Maryville were looking to flood in. And even talking about some of those first bloods, the difference with Burger Boys actually coming out on top in that with 12, as opposed to on the side of Maryville, I think it was like, what, 9? But you look over towards Wildfire, he was one of the big portions of why Maryville were able to claw back those rounds when they were down in numbers, like his clutch factor with some multi-kills. It takes me back even to that round where it was that A site plant there for the side of Burger Boys, and somehow Wildfire in a 2v4 with that Viper's pit up was able to find the 4K to take that one home for NU. Was just crazy. And it just didn't look like the same Burger Boys that we were used to until we saw Bonnie kind of scaling up just a little late in the series.
Yeah, big congratulations for that first 8 kills, but a little too late to really be able to be that difference maker. Means that Burger Boys has to try again next week and hope to try and tie up and be able to win out from there. But the biggest congratulations to Maryville University, and we have none other than Giza on the line now to chat a little bit more about that victory and everything else. First off, congratulations on the win. Welcome in Maryville into Challengers. I want to know this first series. Obviously, this is the debut of the entire team into this, but you're down your IGL. You're going up against 3rd place in playoffs. How'd you feel going into the series, and how'd you adapt without Cloric here?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here at first. Just want to say that. I just think going into this without our IGL, I think Ren's was our IGL before, so it wasn't that really like hard of a thing to get used to. And also that we have also Zerona, which as you see, he was popping off. So
Yeah.
it was pretty normal. Just unfortunately we don't have Cade with us, Cloric, but we'll have him back soon. But it was a good first win.
Yeah, the super sub putting in work, and nice to know that it wasn't too difficult to adapt considering that Renz is called before. And I want to talk about this Icebox. First off, we're going into Burger Boy's pick. We get to see that you guys get the really hot start. It kind of fiddles out from there. So what were the adaptations to be able to push back and get past this Burger Boy squad to get the win?
Well, like you said in the beginning, it was really it was pretty easy. We're just having a lot of fun and just yeah. But then like once they started coming back a little bit, everyone just took a deep breath after the timeout. We got on the same page, and yeah, it wasn't that hard to adapt. We just needed to figure out how they were playing. They were playing pretty well in the beginning, but we had some GOAT players clutch up, like Wildfire in the last round getting a 4K.
Yeah, that 4K was absolutely crazy. Our casters were almost calling it a GG go next at that point. Pop off nuts. And I think it's really exciting to see Maryville be able to compete. Obviously, we've had Winthrop University really be able to showcase the collegiate skills and challengers for a little bit now. And you guys in the collegiate space have been absolutely crushing it. So I want to know yours and the team's expectations now coming into challengers, especially in stage 3.
Our expectations are to win it all, to be honest. I mean, like, I think we're a really good team that definitely could put up, against any team. But yeah, just game after game, we're just gonna keep going slow and keep getting a win after win, and we'll see what happens. I wanna play against Envy eventually, because I wasn't able to play with my team in Dallas, so I'm looking forward to that game the most.
That one will be a lot of fun. So I'm hoping that we get that match, whether it's within this or within playoffs. And last but not least, because Twitch chat has just been going absolutely nuts, specifically about you, asking about the Reyna. Where's the Reyna? Where's the Reyna? We know you've played it in the past, Icebox. Obviously, you play it long stream. Will we get to see it in Challengers? The chat needs to know.
It depends. It really depends. Icebox is like the only map that I play Reyna on, but I was just really feeling, as you saw, I judged abused the first map, so my aim wasn't really on point that much, so I didn't trust my Reyna then. But you guys might see Reyna. You guys might see Reyna later on if Icebox is picked, but I don't know. We've been having practice the stage, getting used to it, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel in the first map, if it's the second map or third map. We'll see. But you might. Who knows? Who knows? You may. I don't know.
All right, Twitch chat, you have a little bit of hopium there for you. Giza, congratulations on this win. Best of luck going on to next week as well, and thanks for chatting.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too, you too. As for us, great first series on the day. Great debut coming out from Maryville University. Next up, it's going to be a clash. It's going to be our Stage 2 champions, Envy, going up against none other than Shopify Rebellion Gold after the break, so stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to Stage 3 of Valorant Challengers North America. If you're just tuning in, you missed a banger for the first one of the series, with Maryville University taking a 2-0 victory over Burger Boys. And now we get to move along. A match so hyped that my cat even came by. You can't see with the little box, but the cat had to come by and see. We have none other than our Stage 2 champs, Envy, going up against Game Changers champs, Shopify Rebellion Gold, making their return here to Challengers. This one's a tough one, Roy, but I'm really excited to see it play out.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, welcome back SRG. They're making their return through the Premier and the promo relegations. I don't know if I speak for a lot of us, but I think VCL is always just a bit more interesting with SRG in the mix, right? It adds a different element. It's a lot cooler, brings in different kinds of fans, very vocal fans, and very passionate fans, which I highly appreciate. But obviously, yeah, I mean, the elephant in the room is that SRG did not have a great showing in Split 1, obviously. But as always, I'm an optimist, so I believe in the redemption arc. I believe in the comeback, guys.
Hey, you know what? I love it. And I'm excited for that. But I definitely think looking at this first week, this is a rough little welcome back into Challengers, not gonna lie. Looking at this Envy squad, obviously when we started off the day, we talked about some of this roster mania that's been happening, teams switching it up. Envy, what is there to change, really? They don't change the comps, they don't change their players, they don't have to. This is the team that, Ash, they have that confidence, they have the wins, and at this point, just looking to continue on forward with that.
It also doesn't feel like it would be Envy if you swapped any of these players out either. I think that the synergy that this team has built up together is just such a strong identity that they formed for themselves throughout the last 2 stages, and finally getting that crown during stage 2 as well. And the fact that we even heard in those interviews throughout the stage 2 how they kind of changed their mentality about VCL, how they're approaching these matches, and really now never letting their guard down like they felt they did in the first stage. So I'm excited to see what potential new ideas, if they're even bringing new ideas to the table, because this team's always done their own thing regardless of the meta.
Yeah, and I love the fact that this team has kind of stuck to their own unique compositions, right? That like specifically suits their skill set. And this is the type of team where like you really can't replicate their meta. Like you can't kind of copy paste this and make it work on other teams, right? Like you need these specific players for it to work. And I think that's really what makes Envy sort of a special team and generally a hard to play against kind of team. Because one, you obviously don't get reps against their playstyle, and two, they know their playstyle ins and outs, and they know the win conditions, and they're all so flashy that they can make it work very easily.
Yeah, even looking across the boards at the stats, impressive for the entire team here. Kane, Zera, Ash leading the charge. And this is a team that when you have that confidence and you have these duelists that will put up numbers like that, like they just kind of seem unstoppable at points.
Yeah, it's insane how he's been that stat leader for the last 2 stages. And now that expectation for him to continue on this kind of performance for stage 3, like an average of 23 kills per map as well. Like that is crazy. Like
that is
it's insane. And a near 300 ACS to top that off. Like you really could not ask for more out of a player.
You really can't. And I'm so intrigued to see how Envy is going to be hitting this stage 3. Because obviously coming off of the victory within stage 2, that's got to feel great for the confidence as well too. But Roy, the longer we see this team, I'm still curious, is there going to be flaws that are going to be exploitable or anything else? Or is this just going to be a team that ramps up beyond anyone and, well, never have a chance for anyone to abuse those?
That's a really good question, Sierra. Honestly, I feel like they've developed an identity that should be adapting quite well to the meta. The only thing for me, and this is like a kind of a general question mark, which I guess we'll never know if it'll come to fruition or not, but ultimately the meta is moving into a kind of a double controllery kind of compositions, which we have not ever seen this team run. They've stuck to the script. They've stuck to the double duelist, the Yoru, the ISO, the Jet Yoru, whichever it may be. The double duelist has pretty much always been there, and I'm kind of just curious to see how that's going to pan out, because in my mind, it doesn't feel like the best matchup, right? Like you're playing a kind of contacty, divey comp into a very control heavy, very slow paced kind of compositions. So I'm not really sure how that's going to pan out. But again, ultimately, they do have Kanezera, they do have Ion, they do have very flashy players and very experienced players in this playstyle. So I'm really curious to see how these things sort of mesh and clash.
I think that's totally fair, but then at the same time, it's like we have seen them play against the occasional double controller composition, right? Even though it wasn't the meta previously until now, I think the fact that this team is disrespectful leans really well into playing against the double controller. They are going to disrespect those ones, so they will catch you off guard with those timings, and that is where I do see them having a bit of that edge up and being able to continue to take a lot of these teams adjusting off guard.
In stage 1 and stage 2, both stages they were able to go through into the playoffs with 4-0 records, and looking to maybe disrupt that on the other side of it today. We have Shopify Rebellion Gold returning into Challengers here. And I'm excited for this return. I mean, Roy, obviously you were speaking about like, hey, here's the hope here. But Shopify Rebellion Gold, having talked with them after their recent Game Changers victory, they have been putting in so much work. Donut's so much more integrated into this roster.
Yep.
I'm excited to see. I feel like this is going to be a different level for SRG.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a very drilled team, guys. They're extremely hardworking. They have a really rigorous schedule. I think really only comparable to collegiate players, right? Like this team racks up so many officials under their belt. They've had an ample amount of time to practice, to play, to sort of kind of develop their style. Obviously, we're sort of shifting metas a little bit, so there will be some adjustments on their end as well. But ultimately, this team does have some of the best macro strategy that Tier 2 has to offer. Whether whether they are successful or not, that doesn't take away from the fact that they generally have very good Valorant ideas, very fundamental ideas, philosophically speaking. It's just whether they could capitalize and execute on that and whether they can keep their confidence up.
But coming off of a recent win and looking across the board, I feel like Ash, like this is the moment. I definitely, maybe not this week, we can return back to the conversation, but more so this team in this form, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I think Donut's just been such a great addition, not even addition at this point. She's just part of the roster. She's been so strong here. Like looking at this almost 20 kills per map, like she's been frying out there.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing, again, how this ends up going for SRG with those adjustments that they've made and the improvements that have been made too. And also with both these teams coming off the momentum of those 3-1 wins for those grand finals that we talked about. It's going to be, I think, a lot of pressure on Dodonut for sure when you look at the fact that she's going to have to either be dealing with Eggster or Zera in a lot of those first engagements. And I have my eyes on Sarah and Alexis for how they're going to be setting her up for success in a lot of those duels, but this is going to be a great litmus test for SRG with their return into the Challengers League to see how close they can go toe-to-toe with Envy in this underdog position.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically speaking, they're also, I mean, not even hypothetically, it's just a fact. They're going against the #1 seeded team in the league and the #1 standing in terms of points, right? So, like, it should only be getting easier from here, even if this is like a sort of litmus test / like, you know what I mean? Like a gameplay test for them. So I think this is just a good kind of feeler just to see, how Envy's adapted their meta, how are they, have they kept the same compositions, as well as seeing how SRG has evolved. And ultimately, it is a hard matchup, but we'll see what happens.
The only up from here. I love that. I love that mentality. But I'm excited too to be able to see when we get into the server how they're able to go toe to toe, because I feel like that's going to be a really big indication of that work that they put in when we look at an Envy, that it is a lot of the same compositions. I know SRG is a team that really grinds, really has that coaching staff behind them, put in this work. Is there going to be other ideas that can really come to fruition here? I think that's going to make this matchup really, really exciting, and I cannot wait to dive into it. And when we're looking at even just parts of this that are going to be exciting, we got to look at this head-to-head too. And this one's always hard when you go up against Envy and Look, because obviously Envy do run this double duelist. You have Zera and we have Eggster, but we're going to go for the duelist that sometimes switches it up and look across the board and compare it to Donut, because when you look at that, like, Donut has all the duelist responsibility is on her shoulders, but Zera is a tough one to take down.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think Zera is undeniably probably, I don't even want to say probably, he's just the best duelist. Like, statistically speaking, he's leading by a large margin. His playstyle is, the team plays really into his playstyle. But I think also on the same end, so does SRG, right? Like, the stat difference between these two players is not that crazy. It's kind of close. And I think that Dodonut has not only kind of grown and gotten more comfortable with the Yoru, because she did have to add that into the agent pool, right? Just like, kind of like a recall back. She wasn't generally a Yoru player, but now she is. She's gotten the reps. She's gotten the sort of the drill time. And I feel like her duelist has only gotten better and more diverse in terms of how she wants to play, and her ideas in that role have also. So I feel like this will be a good test to see, how Dodo fares into this, insane matchup between Zera as well as Eggster, who plays a Yoru as well. So it's going to be a nice little kind of like an eye test for us to see how these two players are performing.
It'll be a lot of fun. And I think too, when we're looking at the maps, we're really going to be able to tell the story here for Donut and how we'll get to see this head-to-head really be able to pan out, considering that there is a little bit more flexibility in the SRG side for all of this. And getting into the map picks and bans, very first one in this series, Ash, we're going back to Icebox. I feel like we just saw this map, SRG bringing it right back.
I mean, we did just see this map, but I think what's going to be interesting about Icebox is the fact that Envy actually did not play this map once during that second stage of Challengers. So it's a bit of an unknown quantity there for SRG to read into. Comparatively, for SRG, this is a map that they've shown their hand on. It's a good map for them. It was close up against the Wadada. They have also leaned into that double controller with the Harbor composition. We'll see if they end up like carrying that over as we do lean into that double controller meta. So I'll be curious to see how Envy looks to deal with that Harbor utility, as we saw like a very similar kind of preview, if you will, in that Burger Boys versus Maryville matchup earlier today.
For sure. Yeah, I do think the compositions will be vastly different though. So I think the formula we might see a bit of a change in how the maps approach between these two teams. But guys, I do want to kind of point out that this Veto is actually not bad for SRG. It's a pretty solid Veto. They're historically been pretty good on Icebox. They've never had a weak Haven at any point in time, and their sense always looked really solid. So I feel like if there is a map Veto, if there's a chance here for SRG, this is a great 3 maps for them to do it on.
Yeah, I definitely think when we look at a map pool, it is set up for the best possible introduction for SRG into this. And for Envy, I'm curious with what energy they're going to be heading into today with, considering this is the first week. Yeah, they're coming off of that stage 2 victory, so that's got to be pretty good. But, you know, sometimes teams, when you get back into the server, you know, you take a little time off, you're still in vacay mode. Sometimes we still rubbing a little dust off of the shoulders there, but I'm excited to see just how our stage 2 champs are really going to be able to hit the series. And I mean, even if they're still on vacay mode or not, looking at the predictions, there is only one way that I could vote for this one. I don't think I voted against Envy. I don't think I'm ever going to vote against Envy. Certainly not this week. I love the SRG gals, Roy, but you know, I'm sorry.
Listen, I completely understand and I completely respect you. Okay, I appreciate the choice, but I'm a dreamer. I'm an optimist. I'm going for the dream. I'm here for the SRG win.
Hey, that is super valid. Super valid. I think that you do make a good point about the map veto and whatnot being really strong for SRG. And I think that, even though I voted Envy here, I think something that I also want to point out is that the last time we saw SRG in Challengers, they also didn't have their assistant coach Veer with them either. And he's been bringing a lot of great ideas to the table for this team.
Sure.
So I'm really interested to see how these now new additional layers that SRG have in their strat book are going to pan out here in the Challengers League.
Yeah, it'll be a fun one for sure. And I'm really excited to be able to see these two teams really be able to face off. Even if it's the world up against Roy at this moment. I mean,
feels good to be on this side though, Sierra. I can't lie.
It's fun sometimes, right? You get to sit there and you get to debate against everyone. You get to argue with everyone. You get to tell them they're wrong if you end up winning. Like it's a great time, right? But
there should be lawyers. Like, what are you guys doing here?
my bad.
Real.
But as for us right now, this is definitely going to be a match worth watching, which means we need to get some snacks, everything else. You should too. Quick break on the other end. SRG going up against Envy. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Your stage 2 playoff champions in Envy going up against the returning Shopify Rebellion Gold. First map up, Icebox, and Roy getting into the agent select right away, but okay.
I like this, actually. There's a lot of stall. They're starting on the defense side. They have a ton of utility to work with. Obviously, the lack of duelists is going to be a little bit weird on the defensive side, as well as their aggressive options are pretty much going to come down to the Omen for the SRG side. But as we expect from Envy, the double duelist, the Jet, Yoru this time around, it's going to be a really interesting clash of different utilities and different styles, guys.
It really is, but also just like looking at this SRG comp, Dodo on the stage just feels so insane. I'm looking forward to seeing that aggression that we saw similarly out of Giza previously in that last matchup of earlier today. And then Alexa slotting into that KJ here as well. We saw her have a little bit of a preview of that Sentinel role, running that deadlock previously on Ascent for SRG. So I'm really interested how this is going to go. SRG are really going to need to rack up those rounds on defense, though, to be able to give them as much cushion as possible, I think, into that second half.
And we've seen teams try and slow down Envy with this double duelist. Of course, they're sticking to what they know and what they do best, to no avail. So I'm intrigued going into Icebox that this can be the composition to stall out Envy and try and take the first map in the series. Icebox is ready, though. The players are ready, and I hope your casters are as well. Let's send it over to Uber and Wyatt to get you started.
Yeah, I think we've been ready for this one, folks. Shopify Rebellion Gold make their way back, and the final boss waiting in the first room. Before they even get the dungeon map, they're actually fighting the final boss. So that's a bit challenging, but it's a long season, and there's a lot to take away from a matchup, regardless of which way this one goes. Whereas Envy haven't actually played in like a month. They've been on holiday, right? Successful campaign, last stage of challenges, taking some time off, looking to see how rejuvenated they are, as obviously they didn't have to fight their way into challenges here in stage 3. They coasted.
Yeah, I feel like we don't need to spend much time talking about how good Envy are, because I'm pretty confident that 100% of the viewers that are watching this know it. These guys are the truth. They have some of the best upcoming players in the American scene right now, period. So we know what to expect from them. We don't know what to expect from them on Icebox, though. This is the first time they're playing it, so this is actually pretty cool. We get a little debut late in the year on a map that pretty much everyone else was playing, and we never really get to see Yoru ran here. And you know that when you see Envy on any map, you're going to be seeing Eggster playing Yoru. So I am excited to see what they've got in store for us here.
Yeah, I mean, Haven, Ascent, Lotus, those are the 3 maps we saw most from Envy. Yoru here obviously getting mixed in by Eggster, which should be surprising to nobody. The double duelist look that's become Envy's signature will again be filled out here on Icebox. And again, it's the confidence that Envy are always brimming with. It's a big part of what allows them just to straight up walk up onto this A site and look to try and take some fights. Sarah, good opening here from Rafa. Kane Sarah handled. Eggster considering a smoke swing there through the dark cover. Gets the better of Dodo, but once again, the trades are there. Alexis and Sarah now up against 3 from Envy. Still no plant, by the way. That has just not happened yet. And Envy don't really seem to bother with it. They take the DM, they win it out.
Some crazy shots from Ion at the end there. Very talented player. Pretty obvious. Sarah had a decent go at it, though, swinging out from rafters, able to collect a couple kills while the rest of her team flooded in behind her screens. Playing with some confidence, and you need to play with confidence, no matter who you are, against Envy, because that's one thing they will never be lacking. They are down to run it down on you 24/7, no matter how they're feeling on that day individually with their form. But also, feels like their form is never actually off. I don't think I've ever seen Kane Zera have a bad day. So why not run it down 24/7? But you have to match that energy against them. If you start playing passive, you're going to let them just get away with way too much.
We've seen from Sarah so far in this game, but Envy just steamroll over Shopify. And again, it's just no thought really to plant the spike outside of the economic value it gains you at the end of a round. So another pretty confident push up onto this A side, but now we're going to buy here from Shopify. So far they've been just trading, buying here inside this A side of the map. There's a question of whether they can do what we saw in the previous map and try and make use of this stage to, power up your anchoring inside A, make use of that slow wall, maybe even, ice wall to set yourself up with some, decent crossfires.
Sam, I'm a bit surprised we've never seen Envy play this map since it's Run It Down Central. This is the Run It Down map. Just go away. That's typically their MO, and they do want to go A again. And SRG, they are very ready for that with 4 players stacked up here.
I really like the triple bomb site maps, right? They could overwhelm like a more thinly spread defender side. Maybe that's got something to do with it. They played so much of that Haven and Lotus combo. But respecting here this Viper wall thrown up. Oh, Sarah spotted behind a cube there. Kane clearly sees enough of a model. And that's tough. Best anchoring player so far. Shopify taking down, but Mel is more than ready to give as good as she gets. Next round of the picture, Envy been forced to slow the game down. Noya's cleared the turret as well, signaling a potential wrap around, even though there's an alarm bot there as well. Envy have to respect the clock that's been implied.
They're going to need to wait again as well on account of this wall going back up. Want to make sure that drops Mel. Her head just peeking over the top of it. Now all the pressure's going to be on Dodo to anchor this.
She's overwhelmed. Back right corner of the site. It's on Noya. Unfortunately, she's not able to connect with that snake bite. Kane takes it to task. Envy up 3-0 pretty early on in the situation. Like I said, the bright spot's been Sarah. Able to find decent value in some of these trade scenarios, but that's as good as it's been so far for Shopify, and that against Envy is not enough.
Really unfortunate that Mel just gets caught going back into the site. They do a good job dealing with that early aggression. Egster trying to pop flash out of that dark cover, find a timing. He just, he just has that stinger. They go 1 for 1, 1 for 1. Good trades. They have better weapons. It just unlucky that Mel gets caught on that rotate back in, and Totodonut has to face down 3 players alone. So Envy have a lot of early momentum.
Already X has gotten out to yellow. Gate crashes across the gap. This is going to force Noya to play a bit more safely on the site. She knows that Envy are on the prowl. Inspire's dealt with. That was the loose end player.
That was with a classic as well, and Noya catches out. Kane getting a little over aggro. Poppin getting over aggro as well, and punished for it. Overconfidence from Envy is their undoing on this round on the side, and the next are clutch up.
Player standing.
Not gonna happen.
Just gunned straight down. Exeter would have to 1v5 here. Great performance out this round from President Noya, playing from Snowman. She's able to handle all oncomers, and that's Sarah's. Yeah, cleanly done.
That's mental. We've gotten the flawless on this, but sure, they will take it. They're going to recover to 4 guns right now. That's pretty nice for the economy, and that is Envy getting way too confident. Look, I get it. They destroyed them on the first few rounds. Also, their team Envy. That's just how they operate. They're going to just send it crazy style, but yeah, that is a hard punish from SRG to get them back in the game. Sarah's got the Hunter's Fury now on account of a lot of these early kills as well, so that could be pivotal here.
Early on jump peaks for Noya. She's able to fall back onto that B site when she hears the gate crash come in. And able to fight out with 2 kills with that Sheriff. This time, he's even better equipped for such a situation. The Vengeful Drift, though, already gets Extra up in the Snowman direction. Alexis can get the drop on them there. Oh, no! How does Extra get away with that? That is nuts! Alexis going after the clone, unfortunately. Extra able to find a heck of a lot in that position. 2 big kills. Sarah needs the lay of the land here over on the B side of the map.
Last player standing.
Spot Ion out at the very least, but Mel through smoke.
Oh, that's tough.
Snapped up by Exeter. And Sarah now with quite the mountain to climb. The gate crash out for Exeter. He'll be able to play the post plant setup. Going to be covered, of course, by the turret. And that's Envy getting to 4.
Yeah, Exeter respects it. Just double stacks up with Inspire, and they have the turret. That's giving absolutely nothing for Sarah to work with in a 1 versus 2 clutch attempt. That was a real Exeter round if we've ever seen it. Jumps out with the Bucky. And, it was just so unfortunate that Alexis couldn't get the trade onto him. It was a bit of an awkward angle with him being essentially straight below. So she's not able to get that. Does adjust the crosshair to get the 2nd kill, but then that just gives a window for Exeter to trade things out. Pretty brutal way for that one to finish in that fashion. We're headed into a quick early timeout call here from Effie's. And it looks like we're going to get the very rare Mel operator with the Omen. And if, listen, there were an agent to op here on defense, you do typically want it to be your Omen. You know, we'll see when other teams run this duelist list comp, that the duelist, especially if they're an opping duelist, they'll be the ones playing Omen. Like, we'll see it with Zekin, for instance. Like, he'll pick up the op because you can teleport, get into different angles, but Dodo prefers the Sage, so we get the rare Mel op look.
Little koala noob pilled. Something we used to see on this map, especially in the past. Things that have been working out for Shopify is, I think, just falling back over on the B side, looking to try and retake there. And, you know, they really have to drill down on their anchoring inside of A. I just don't think there's any other way about it. Of course, Recon might force Mel off this line. Yeah, no one else to clear that for her, so she's just going to step down off Gen. This puts her on the low ground now. That's a clone. He knows it. Ah, come on, catch Extra. God, Extra is quick with that shot. Mel fell. That's going to be the operator going loose in the back right of the side. Big investment for Shopify, turning the dust and flowing through their fingertips.
Shots are just too snappy from Envy on this round. Eggster is so quick to deal with that operator. You could see that SRG, they wanted to flood in. They were in position to do it, but their players are just getting torn apart before they can actually get into decent positions to fight together. Dodo is still just trying to cross the backside. He gets deleted by a player top 410.
I don't think that's a great answer here for Shopify Rebellion. Neuer's able to make the swing and deal with Exter, but Poppin is got beat here. This is going to be a problem. Neuer looks to try and abscond here with the Phantom. Turn it into something on the Shopify side, but they are consistently being overrun. On this A side especially, the side that they are reluctant to give up, the side they want to fight in. She's losing Mel on that missed op shot at the start of the round. That one is going to come back to haunt them, I think.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, listen, we know they're going up against a monstrous team that are just relentless and have the best shooters in the league right now. You're just never finding a moment where these guys are going to ease up on you. If they do not show any fear, operator, it doesn't matter. We're swinging into you. We're not going to miss. So you have to hit a fast shot or you're cooked.
Yep.
See if Neuer can be a hero right now with a Phantom. Wants to play towards B main as it's Envy fast up mid, splitting into this B site.
Pretty plays into Envy's wheelhouse. Inspire playing low and just to try and contain Shopify Gold on this A side of the map. A little bit dicey for Inspire. Okay, just the one for them. And that means the B side is completely under the control of Envy. Just a gamble that does not pay off for Shopify. She's big. That is a girthy swing from Ion. Unpunished. Able to take the one kill. Came with the Bladestorm, wants to get involved now as well. Tearing that Phantom away from Alexis has to be high on the priority list here for Envy, and Kane will deliver.
It's a pretty sick little adjustment to get that second. Shopify tried to go for an aggro multi-push out of A. They 1-for-1 Inspire. Can't be mad at Neuer for trying to also press up towards B to take some kind of duel, but that drone just punishes her in the position. She's caught out, multiple players swinging there.
Look at this one. Not the cleanest, but definitely effective. Okay, he's up at 10 and 3.
Back to the Mel op, by the way. Picks that up again. Wasn't able to get any value the last time. We'll see if it can be different for her here. Okay, just spam to take down Inspire on the lurk. That's a decent way to start things off.
Crispy aim so far from Sarah. I mean, that one obviously maybe not requiring precision, but definitely good game sense. Mel pushed off the line. She was playing up on screens initially. Pardon me. It's going to be a Viper's Pit now for Envy.
Yeah, but there was a lockdown. Force them out of it. And yeah, and here's that lockdown right now from Alexis.
Envy have to be careful. They know, having lost their lurk player midway through the round, there's some risk here. Extra is lingering, of course, and we'll be able to get out with the gun. It's devastating. The gate crashed out. Shouldn't be required, but Extra goes 2 for 1 there in the back of the site. Now, numbers are even up. Neuer, though, she finally gets there. They play down mid. And Poppin V2 swings out straight into Alexis's crosshair. Nicely done for Shopify Gold there. And that's a round where they make Envy respect them.
That solid retake. Obviously, things start off pretty nicely when you just get a spam kill through smoke to deny the lurker finding any value in the round. But then after the fact, pit gets used, forces out the lockdown, but forces everyone out of the pit. And despite Egster coming up with a really sick transfer there, still able to trade things out. Noya exploits that lack of any killjoy utility because Inspire was dead, so she gets an easy flank off, perfect backstab timing. Just all in all, good retake from SRG to put a second round on the board.
Having the answers to the Viper's pit gets them in a really good position. They've got one of their own now. Kill the operator in the hands of the Omen. This time Mel's headed over towards the B side. Has the ability, of course, to be where she's needed. Back soon. Much the same way. Extra emphassing up this A site. Notices that it's mostly clear. Sets up under rafters now. Here come Envy. It's going to be a full retake force for Shopify once more.
And Noya does have a pit when they get back in. Could try to throw that down to get someone to start tapping onto the spike.
Sarah shows the top of her head. It's just taken some damage in recency. Paranoia respected enough for a gate crash off the side. Extra got to quickly try and reassume that position. Poppin low, but that is a dirty angle. God, that is nasty from Poppin. Now it's on 3. Mel's still going to try and find some opening with his operator, but Envy giving them nothing. Look at him folding around every corner, tucking on every line. Extra with 30. Was able to do far more damage than they should have, but there is Mel. It was a knife climb, of course, not on her side. And Envy indulge her for a moment. Inspire won't get away from the blast zone, but it's another round racked up for Envy.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. That's too funny. Mel just simply wants to live, wants to escape the site, and Poppin just happens to be in her path where she was going to try and get away. It's insane that he's able to pick up 3 here. Poppin is simply the hero of Envy on this round. They would not have won it without him. If he just gets traded out there, which it feels like 9 out of 10 times he will be that low HP, but it just doesn't happen on this 1 of 10 times. Crazy from him.
Virtually flash the top of Shopify and we know it. In that retake, they can just hold lines. Fucking some of those corners. Here back onto the side, of course, this is maybe a half buy for Shopify. Mel with the classic chimes in. Once again, Shopify looking to find some of their biggest inroads in some of these least expensive rounds. Eventually, though, they do need to go to work with some of these rifles. Envy, and they do. Kane pushes up, and Dodo is not given any breathing room. 3 guns maintained here for Envy, heading into the last round of the half.
Kane is looking a little too clean at the moment. Poppin confident as well. They're just, as always in Envy fashion, going to take the fight to the other team. They are very committed, SRG, to the Mel operator look. We run it back. They're throwing it to her again. Looks like perhaps going to do the B-side post-up. Yeah, just teleports now to the top of yellow. So as the defending team, you can hope to just have that site lightly controlled by 1 player with the op and put the emphasis elsewhere. And they will need that emphasis on A because Envy are going to run it down. But Alexis is cut off by the wall.
Very quickly, Envy just pulling their way here into the site. So the Viper's wall cuts off any egress by Streams, and Shopify have decided not to anchor so much anymore, feeling more comfortable on these retakes. With an open eye, can't blame them after that. Gonna be a res here, opportunity to get Alexis back into the game. Extra caught out with Hunter's Fury.
Oh my god, what an ult.
And they are up at 5. Shopify, of course, with the res, still at full strength. Envy beating black and blue over on this side. Hoping to try and tease some of these defenders out, but Shopify Gold are giving them nothing to work with. See, Inspire might hope to make use of the lockdown here before half is done. Kane up on screens. Could be nasty. Inspire V2. No plant to speak of, and Sarah has the drop on him, but gives herself away. Now Inspire knows where to be looking and doesn't seem to matter. 4K for Sarah on the round. Gets Shopify their 3rd. Not too shabby heading into the end of the half.
Damn, she is on point today. The double kill with the Hunter's Fury clutches things out, which definitely feels like it should not have been needed to be a Sarah clutch to win that round. So respect to Envy for playing that in a way where they were just baiting out those taps and isolating fights. Like you saw that one-way cloudburst that Kane threw down over towards the screen door. So the player at screens was isolated. No one could trade. They did a really good job of taking fights there to get it in that position. But Sarah just coming up huge from top to bottom in that round. She is really on point today.
Bit of a slower approach for Envy. That's the lockdown that Inspire held on to the previous round. Now going to be a good answer to the Viper's Pit. Johannes Fury for Sarah. Counter lockdown available though for Alexis. Envy just trying to see what they can get for this. What's the answer going to be? From Shopify Gold, they do. They leave the pit. No choice but to respect it, but of course a lockdown to get them back into the action. And there it is. Once again, Ion's caught on the fringes. Now there's a timer, a flank timer for Envy that they've got to be aware of and need to be quick about. This is Kane's on the line with the Blade Storm. A little bit awkward, caught off, but it's going to be Sarah once more. She is a problem. Baxter triples down to the back of the site. Neuer just head first into that salvo of bullets, and it's on Mel. Lockdown at least gets her in, gets the drop on Exter, and be too busy worrying about the flex timing. And there's Mel, 3 for the round, and now the 1 versus 1. No plant yet, still. And Mel, she has to know this. Left. Looking for a timing here in mid. She might even catch Poppin on the cross.
She must have heard him.
Tips in the night though, Poppin. Won't see anything from window either. Poppin still has options. There might be an audible called to stick on to B.
10 seconds left.
Mel's made the right choice and is going to hear this. She is very well positioned. Can she make use of the advantage? No, it's Poppin with 12 points of health, salvages the round for Envy and sends into a 9-3 halftime.
Damn, that was a crazy swing out from Poppin to win that clutch. Mel was looking so good for it after the other 2 kills. But what that really comes down to from Shopify is they played everything so well up until they went too early back into the site with that lockdown. And sure, they also, you know, probably should have just traded things out onto Eggster. That was unfortunate. But regardless, that is pretty tough. Like they could have, if they waited a little bit longer for him to be forced to retreat, could have been a different situation. They were really far ahead in that round. They were playing everything perfectly.
All right. Not the kind of half that Shopify were looking for. Obviously, want to start on defense. They've got this Sage composition. So we're really looking towards a lot of the early action in some of these rounds, right? How effectively can they get that purchase early on?
Mel was able to find a quality trade there, but it is unfortunate to be lacking your Viper. Not going to have that wall if they try to head towards B, and it looks like SRG wants to do so. Inspire timing's out the recon. Oh my god, what a shot.
That is beautiful. Plays ahead of it. Doesn't get much more confident than that. And that is a trait that this team universally share. Oh man, there's no way you're ready for this. Dodo, some sharp shooting there to find 3. Now sets up a 1 versus 1. Oh my god! You think she's gonna plant on the other side, but she takes it right up on the wall and flattens the last MV player. That is sick.
I'm a little stunned off that. Some crazy aura has just been farmed. An unbelievable amount of aura just got farmed by the swing off the wall. Oh my god. After the 3K? Huh? Damn, that was sick.
Okay.
That was so sick. All right. I thought that game was done.
You expected to take the safe plant.
I expected her to take a safe plant.
Kind of sick. That is
Plus
very swaggy.
50,000 aura.
Okay.
No, that was crazy.
But what's the exchange rate of aura to rounds 1? Like how many is that worth? That's definitely the main issue.
That's gotta be worth at least this one, surely.
All right.
Surely.
Marshall for Kane 0. I'm hanging about here over on the site. Sarah not able to properly dig any of these Envy players out just yet. This could be dangerous. Dangerous stuff. Sarah takes the tag and Ion capitalizes. Swings in with the classic. SRG realizing time and options starting to run a little bit short, so A is going to have to be the play, but they've been pretty slow about this.
Sarah really went far ahead taking those fights before Shopify had gained space towards A. They would hope to be already have gotten the spike down right now, or to be getting it down. But because of the awkward timing, all of Envy are here to fight. This is genuinely dangerous.
30 seconds left.
Snake fight. Noy decay down for a time now as well. Veto trying to play. It's a little bit claustrophobic. It's a little bit dangerous. Envy! What is that spacing? Not much you can do about that. Noy low. Mel's still healthy enough though, and eventually Envy are just going to have to go for this. They don't have a cute way of making this happen. And so Alexis takes one. And Dexter fall into the outlaw. Mel with eyes moving towards screens here. Sharply shot. It's Kane going down, but it's Marshall still sings. But a costly round, whichever way you slice it. Shopify, but Alexis finishes off in style.
Did not need to be that close, but they're able to get it over the finish line. Credit to Alexis for picking up 3. Some stable hands with the outlaw at the end there. Things in the mid-round got very awkward with those timings. Sarah out in the open with the Viper wall not up. And SRG just not in position to actually get A while Sarah's taking those fights and gets the info that there are players over there. So Envy will be somewhat content with dealing the damage they've been able to, more than somewhat content. I mean, look at SRG's buy right now. It's pretty shocking, given they won the pistol rounds. Only 3 sheriffs to work with the Outlaw Guardian. Not the best.
Leaves a little bit aside. Expensive, we knew it would be. Still have that lead and guard Ion. Beautiful timing. It's a real dangerous commitment here for Envy up towards the middle of the map, and that is a mid-shadow step kill on Mel. There is the loose end. But the spike is nowhere to be seen, and Alexis caught lurking over towards this A side of the map. Envy very quickly established themselves now in this second half, excuse me.
SRG are hoping to make something happen with the walkthrough mid, but it's just so tough to play from mid towards A. You can easily be dealt with from several angles that it's hard to manage as one or even a few players. It's really difficult to work this area of the map. On a bonus round, try and throw something a little bit unexpected in the mix. Definitely get it. Now a little more standard as that early recon and the slower go towards A. Inspire wants to take the fight, dinked up. Gets away with his life just narrowly.
And again, we know that Shopify's game plan is to get in onto these sites and set up safe plant, fall back to those positions, but it's getting in onto the site, which is an issue for them. How proactive Envy have been. They're not giving up any of the map. Look how they're pushed up towards green on B. Only now, because of the R drone, giving a little bit of space on this A side of the map. You'd imagine they're very quickly going to reassume these positions if it's safe to do so. And Shopify haven't done a whole lot to take map control, but there's some pings towards mid. I might try something, or at least imply some movement through this part of the map. But I am going to know because he was literally inside that smoke.
Eggster is happy to just take these swings right now. Has a gate crash all the way over towards A, by the way. Crazy how much distance he can cover on the map with that teleport. A little bit of attention has been baited towards that B site. Now Alexis wants to get space on A for the rest of her team to come back. There's only 20 seconds there, and there are 3 Envy players contesting. It's going to be barely any time to get this spike down.
Alexis knows she knows when to get busy when it's needed. Oh, that is a big ping. Kane just takes a free kill to the Viper wall. Metal fighting for it. Still set up in mid. Has to worry about Kane and Ion from a different angle. And to get themselves to 11 there. Shopify spent a lot of time just being cut out of the map, and by the time they were ready to go, it wasn't enough to work with.
They're trying to get into that site with multiple players there, and also feeling the time pressure is when those little errors will come up. In this case, it was the inability to break this recon on time. They're focused on trying to get forward, get through that wall, support Alexis, and they get pinged up. 3 of them. Makes it so easy for Kane to collect another kill, which tallies him up to 19-9 at the moment. Average Kane stat line. He's just an absolute nightmare to deal with for any team in this league. He has just been far and away the statistical leader all year, except for one moment when they were going up against Burger Boys in the playoffs. He was tied with Bonnie and then absolutely destroyed Burger Boys, just making sure that we all know he is absolutely the top dog in the league right now.
Yeah, quite a statement made in that particular series. Getting ahead of Burger Boys. Ultimately, right? Winning stage 2 playoffs with that 3-1 win over Ambrosia. Envy, as rankers, they only emerged in stage 3 last year. They actually were a fixture of challenges up until that point, and they, to say they shocked people would be an understatement. They completely came out of nowhere. Very impressive showing from them. Now, of course, like with the back in this org, they're thinking about one thing, and that is Ascension. Dominating this region, that's one thing. Other regions in Americas, though, that's another question. Covering Ascension last year, that was a pretty insane tournament. We know exactly what kind of heat Latam and Brills like to bring. Oh, this is from
We're getting a Paper Rex looking around right now with the teleport in to spawn a Sage Wall to try and close off B to mid to push up. I respect it out of the timeout, going for an insane maneuver. It doesn't work out.
Never goes astray in my eyes, but it was read into very confidently by Envy. Feels like a bit of a Hail Mary being thrown by Shopify in this map. I'll put that round to bed. 17 rounds of play sees Envy one away from taking Icebox away. Shopify Rebellion Gold's map pick. We're headed off to Haven, which is definitely an Envy staple after.
But to be fair, Haven has always actually been a staple of the Shopify team. Like throughout their 5-year, 4-year, however long it's been existence as a squad, that is a map that they have always leaned on. So to go to that next, they'll be super content with that for sure. We'll see if they can try to string anything together here at the end of this game, go on the absolute miracle run. They have a couple ults to try and begin that journey with, though. On the opposing side, Envy, they are close to a few of their own. A hit is going to be coming in. Envy are ready to stop this. They've rotated a couple into the site and extras out of the drift and spawn.
Yeah, kind of reciprocating what we saw from Mel in the previous round, albeit with a little bit more success. Envy here with a flick of the wrist and a bit of class, looking to close out what ends up being a pretty one-sided Icebox map. But it survives there despite being caught aside Hunter's Fury. She will be the last one standing. And this one will be wrapped up quickly as you like. It appears that after a bit of time off, a month in fact, that Envy have not missed a beat. A map that we've not seen from them at all this year still carries their trademark aggression and confidence, and they use it like a blunt object.
Yeah, SRG, I mean, respect. They played some good rounds, and as is always the case, it feels when you're going up against Envy, they also had a few rounds where they made all the right choices, put themselves in an advantage, and suddenly someone on Envy just gets a 3K that's completely unreasonable, and they're able to win off the back of that, and then just string more rounds together and have another dominant victory. That has just been the story of this team all year long, and it continues here on map 1. Going to Haven next, we were just talking about it. It has always been a home map for Shopify, so they could certainly make a go at it here, try and apply some pressure to Envy. But listen, they are the best team that we have in the Challengers League right now. A lot of people would say the favorite just to qualify, period, of all regions for America's Ascension right now. So it's never going to be easy against them. These guys are phenomenal.
Yeah, they look like they're easing pretty comfortably into this stage 3 campaign. We've got more to come, of course, from this series. The second map is Haven. Right after this, don't go too far. Shopify Rebellion Gold take on Team Envy.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
A rough introduction to challengers for SRG as Envy do not hold back. It's going to be 13-5 on the first map of Icebox in Envy's favor. We got to see some great shots, some great ideas coming out from the side of SRG here, Roy, but Envy, I mean, they're not looking to let up at all. They know what it's like to have victory, and they're going to try and keep that going.
Yeah, I mean, they got bulldozed by the bulldozer. That's just really all there is to it. Envy's a tough team. We know it, right? They have insane duelists. Their confidence looks great. And I mean, yeah, SRG had great ideas, but so did Envy. Envy, they had very well thought out defaults. Their defense strategy was on point. They're very confident. They're very aggressive, and they're doing what Envy does best, which is disrupt, dismantle, and just like don't let people think and don't let people play the game without being constantly pressured from multiple angles by multiple people.
And even going into this one, when we had highlighted Icebox Ash, one of the big things for the side of SRG was this composition being brought down. Could it slow down this Envy composition? And when you're looking at Envy, I mean, as a team that, I think it was you who said the word disrespectful, they pushed on through. It didn't matter what SRG threw down to try and slow them.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you look at any piece of utility where you'd be like, okay, logically, yeah, the tempo is going to slow down here. Someone shouldn't be swinging in this situation, but that's just not what Envy does. They're always just going to play their own game. And I think it was tough having that 9-3 half there for SRG, considering their composition, right? We did get the chance to see some of the glimmers of some of the battle stage that we expected coming out from Dodonut, just knowing her like general play style and whatnot. But I think it just made it that much harder as well to try and claw back into that second half. But you know what? We also got to give credit to the fact that we did get a little GC Sheriff moment during round 4. So SRG still doing SRG things in that kind of regard. But overall, this is what we expected here, I think, when it came down to Icebox. And for Envy, the dominance that they had shown previously, but got to give credit to SRG for some of those first splits here as well.
I mean, I think Wyatt went on for about 5 minutes about how much aura Dodonut had for that swing in the second pistol.
Yes.
Which is you're not wrong, Wyatt. I think that was, I think it was pretty deserved. But Envy here too. I mean, you talk about the confidence, and it looked like they're always ahead. But even just looking at the first kills, SRG really being able to find impact there. So I think that's good on both sides. SRG for being able to open up those rounds, Roy, and Envy as well for being able to push back when they're down in numbers and never really letting that face them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Envy was doing what they do best. They're just like getting in front of all the util. They're like, you saw, you know, Extra, he was playing with the Yoru TP, like right to the edge of the Killjoy ult, down to the last second, getting the multi-kill. So really, yeah, this is a 13-5 for Envy. But honestly, I really do feel like some of SRG's ideas did come to fruition. Like they did manage to slow them down on the A defenses. They did manage to like kind of accomplish what they wanted to do. They just, when it came down to just holding down the fort or holding down the crossfires, they're getting just slightly overwhelmed by Envy. And of course, Envy playing in front of all that util, in front of all those like kind of retake ideas, that makes things a lot more awkward and more difficult for SRG. So again, Envy, great game plan, great execution. SRG, great game plan. Execution could be a little bit better.
Yeah, I think some of those ideas, even like with the operator there for Mel, just the fun that you have with that Omen being able to reposition with the Shrouded Step, which is why we didn't really see it being thrown onto Dodonut, who usually takes on that role here for SRG. And then you have to consider as well, just like that Yoru for Eggster, him being that MVP is, to no surprise, I feel like on Icebox with how he's able to get past a lot of that utility with that Yoru TP as well, just to cause a lot of that disruption. Now, heading into Haven, I'm interested to see what the approach is going to look like. SRG have previously been running that Neon Breach composition there. And for Envy, honestly, I'm not expecting anything to change with that comp. I think that they just continue to carry forward with what's been working with them until they get stopped.
It has been a crazy stage 3 with some of the roster changes and moves, and I still think one of the craziest things would be if Envy switches up the composition from what they know and are here to try for. In all honesty, like it has just looked so strong so far, and starting off the series with that Icebox, I mean, they have to be feeling confident and going into their own map pick. Because reminder, Icebox was SRG's map pick as first into the series as well. A map that we hadn't seen as much Envy on. But now Haven, Roy, this one is much more comfortable, which is crazy to say because Icebox already looked really comfortable for them.
Yeah, I want to circle back something you said, Sierra. The two craziest things we've had today. One, if somehow Envy swaps their composition on this map, if they get off the ISO Yoru, I will be surprised. Number two, Giza fans realizing that people can shoot their gun on any agent. Mind-blowing fact. But now, I think from my prediction, guys, I don't expect to see the breach composition from the Shopify Rebellion side. I'm very much confidently leaning towards a double controller swap. It's been very popular. It's been very effective, kind of utilizing some ideas that have already existed from before, back in the guard era, as well as the new kind of Gen G style that they're approaching it. So I think we're going to see something along the lines of that, or some kind of adaptation to that kind of meta versus the Yoru and the ISO, or the ISO, excuse me, that Envy's going to pull out.
I think for the side of SRG too, something that you brought up when we were talking about the performances from the map is we got to see great ideas coming out from both sides and a great execution from Envy and SRG. You know, maybe a couple of rounds that could have gone just a smidge differently had the execution been a little different, which I think brings me some hope with them going on into this series. I still think this is a really tough one. Absolutely do not get me wrong. Envy have been our top team for a reason. But hey, if we're seeing that these ideas are there, is the opportunity to bring them into the server now. And Agent Select is ready, so we can head on over to that too to see if the ideas start within that agent composition. Ash, we heard what Roy had to say about the agents, but I want your take on this too.
I'm definitely in agreement with Roy on this. I feel like that punch to the breach just doesn't really make him feasible now. And it's going to be that Viper to come through and then Ion's... Wait, hold on.
No, look at the left side. Look at the left side of the screen, Ash.
I know. Ion on the Clove. Kane there on Harbor. Like, the ISO was so iconic for him, especially being able to disrupt the ability for a lot of teams to hold those op lines on Haven and find those deep lines of sight due to his shield being so annoying to play up against. But them leaning into the double controller was not what we were expecting whatsoever, much less Kane not being on a duel list.
Yeah, I don't even know how to interpret this. I want to see the Kane's era Harbor debut. That was not on my 2025 bingo list, but I'm down for it. I'm here for it. And on the other side, for the SRG, I want to see them doing the push and pull, but I also want to see SRG holding down the ground. You know that Envy's going to re-walk into your space. You know that they're going to kind of regain map control as they lose it. So I want SRG to be ready to challenge that re-clear, that re-walk by some of the individuals on Envy.
Dude, I'm just still I think like we're just so locked into the double controller, the choice of controllers specifically as well on Envy. I think with Kane, I'm very curious to see if he's going to try and play this Harbor in some sort of like pseudo aggressive play style, scaling up with those cascades himself. And then for Ion, of course, this kid has always been frying in the server, seeing him slotting in on that Clove, giving him a little bit more agency to go for some of those engagements. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Envy are going to make this look.
I got no more thoughts, honestly. I'm still trying to get my jaw up from the floor. Maybe check if Envy meant to lock the... I don't know. This is crazy, but I'm ready to see this Haven. I'm ready to see it come to light and see what to make of the switch up from Envy as the map is ready. So let's head on over your casters, Uber Y, and get their thoughts on this switch.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see your take on what this comp change up for Envy is, because in theory, I don't really see the reason to go away from what's been working so well for them. And like, this team obviously already showed us this in a DreamHack, that their old school comp, rather not this one, which is the ISO Yoru. This is quite a departure from that.
We are getting a little bit silly. I could see a world where this is something they've been theory crafting, maybe wanting to try out, and because they're in such a good position already to qualify, that they're like, all right, let's give this a shot right now in one of these early matches, see what we do with it. Could maybe see that being the case. For SRG, this comp switch, they're just playing the Gen G comp, so respect. I mean, this is just straight up what they run, and we've seen it be very strong. So I'm expecting to just see them try and take some things out of their playbook and kind of run what we were seeing in Toronto.
All right. Well, let's see how this kind of composition lands. I know a lot of us are very curious as to how Envy want to make use of it. Straight away, obviously, this early A probe by Veto is not actually backed up by anything on the Shopify side. It is just a feint, and I'm is likely going to realize this now as Veto gets completely isolated from the rest of her team. Shopify trying to pivot by taking this line over towards the B side of the map, but Ion just gives up a bit of space here, waits for Kane to get in. The Cascade gives him a staging ground, and Kane wants to play through that now, hearing the Omen make the footsteps slowed up. Noya fighting the side desperately. She's definitely got the spotlight on her, but Kane gets some easy damage there through some of the woodwork, and that leaves Alexis having to play this post-plant spot. Nana's ball thrown out, she's chunked down through the masonry, and that'll be that.
And the Harbor gets 4, and I don't know... I need to see a replay of what was going on at the beginning there, because he threw in the Cascade, but it went really short, so he had to walk through his own Cascade and get like slowed by it, but then had a high tide and it was in the corner. It was a situation. It was a whole situation that we witnessed. And I need to make sense of it in a replay. And then he got 4 kills. So, huh? But hey, they made it. I mean, they made it work. And they, you know, obviously they had that double push out of A straight away, and they just catch Dodonut, who's trying to fake a lot of presence there while they could get into B easily.
They were very quick on that sort of push up out of sewer. Dodonut's hoping to make some kind of action happen there, but Envy don't allow themselves to be pulled so thinly. They are very, very proactive in these early rounds, as only they kind of can be. Lurk will over to this A side. Ion respects the recon and backs up, so no fully committed player as far as Fire Rebellion Gold are concerned, but that is some good-ass damage. Holy! Melanoia down to 35. Kane waiting to clean up the rest, and so he will. That is 3. Quite loose, there's more where that came from. Judges galore for Envy.
You hate to be on an eco round and you run into the judge double stack. You really do hate to see that happen. But all good. Now we've got the full buy. And they just need to dodge these 2 judges ideally. I have a feeling SRG are not going to have much interest in going into garage this round. And if they do,
you're right.
You know, God bless them.
If something tells me you're onto something,
luck.
absolutely. Kane, of course, going to maintain that judge. Maybe anchor in on the A side here, but it'll be like the 3rd line of defense. Recon not quite clear. Dexter affected by this relay ball. Knife in hand is able to get crash out. Dodonut was ready for the 2nd player. Elsewhere, though, Ion's able to find Alexis. Look at this wrap around. Very tough to deal with. Ion benefiting from the pick-me-up overheal. And Shopify don't have a darn thing to say about it. That's the ace from Ion tearing through Shopify.
I don't want to say Ion is sometimes forgotten, but he's definitely not the highlight talking point of this team because Kane Zero exists. But in a Kane-less world, he'd be getting so much hype. Like, he is so good in his own right, and his aim is so crazy, so consistently. But he's just also on a team with Kane, so it's kind of hard to compete for attention. But damn, he is good too, man. Those 2 are simply the future. And old men like us, we're the past. We're out of here, buddy. Oh my God. All right. This is exactly how map 1 started. The first 3 rounds, Envy just crush SRG, and then suddenly we're winning an eco round.
Okay.
It's happening
again.
again.
Involved again. It's Envy's inevitable descent into overconfidence that ends up being their undoing. What's Inspire got cooking for us? Alexis is going to be waiting. Quite find the connection there. Inspire unscathed in that exchange, but there is a spike plant. And Inspire on the Cypher will have to fight 1 versus 3 in order to retake. That is cute. I must wait a moment. Camera does get a bit of information. 1 player tucked, 1 backside. I don't think the Omen of Mel was seen. Why just concocting here? No reason not to go for it. Money is, well, there's plenty of it for Envy. Noya, though, has got this crosshair placement pretty much nailed down. Now, they will try and confirm Inspire's presence. Steps back in heaven. It's all about the exits here for Inspire, and Mel will be dealt with. So a cap being put on the growing economy of SRG. Then we concede round number 4.
Again, they just go for an aggressive 2-man push through A. That's exactly what they did on the pistol round. It's not like it's anything new. That time Sarah is just ready with a sheriff for the 2K. Literally the exact same as the opening on Icebox. Got them right back in the game, gets the economy rolling. They can string a couple buys together. And unfortunately, of course, on this round, they're going to be dealing with the eventual reckoning from Kane, who also has the Odin. He loves to pick up that weapon, and it is pretty strong on Haven, especially over towards the garage where he's posted up.
It's going to be an issue to play those corners with a great deal of confidence. If he has to fall back to the C site, the same applies. Lexus getting brushed there by some of this early damage. Ion still fresh off that ace a couple of rounds ago. Playing right up against this smoke. Inside the dark cover. So for the TP go, but it was a fake one, or at least a TP cancel. Shopify pulled back from this B side of the map. It's going to be Eggster. But the gate crash still in place, so there is definitely potential for an unpunishable kill. Far from the one and done. Mel, though, love that little half peek. Eggster can't quite get away. Poppin, though, able to assume at least his position. And Shopify weren't really ready for that one. Dirtnut at least is able to trade it out. But it comes at the cost of their Omen. A little bit awkward. Here we go. Reckoning now deployed. This is going to have Shopify scurrying over this site and unable to plow, which is a big issue for them now. 31 seconds left in the round. Ion's going to be back into the fight. Kane waiting for a cue to spam this Odin off of. It might end up being a double back over towards this A side of the map. Yes, Shopify tempted to go here, and Ion has now realized that.
The problem is they have to go through this wall right now. They have nothing to go through with them. They're facing down an Odin.
Enemy remaining. 10
That was
seconds
uncanny
left.
from Kane. Even though he's in such an advantaged position, now has to win the 1v1. Sarah, though, has been a problem. Kane does not care. Vomiting bullets in the direction of the sofa. And there goes another opportunity for Shopify to really get into this game. Shut down once more, INV.
That was such a big kill from Noya to get onto Ion on the site. It forces out the ult, but the time then is getting so low. They have to retreat out into long. They're throwing mollies to stall him so he can't get a clean fight. But then there's just this one cascade left from Kane. They don't have a fast lane to try and get through. They have no flashes. There's just nothing to get past this.
What is the queue for Kane here?
It's just they literally have to go. That's the queue. Just they have to.
That is pretty absurd. Well, I'm glad we foreshadowed it being a pretty dominant weapon and player combination for Envy. Talk about delivering. Alexis, wow. Ion tries to take the fight push. You think he still is able to win it out. Now, this starts to spread Envy a little thinner across the map, especially with Noya actually finding a way to wedge herself in here. Popping in the unenviable position of having to watch or be concerned about both. A-long, that's to a spot. Sharp shooting by the Prez. Ink down to 10, but still a factor now. Shopify having taken some damage across the map with a 2-player advantage. Other options really starting to expand.
All the while, Mel had just been inserted over towards the cubby on C, and now she wants to maybe press forward, take a look around. Just playing safe now. SRG do make their way to the C site, which certainly looks like they're going to. It'll be pretty free unless someone runs into a kill trip. Inspire is certainly hoping that would happen.
Oh, there it is. Inspire gets exactly what he wants. Called out by a relay, but there's no follow-up there by Shopify. High Tide comes up. Extra call with the Paranoia. Can't win out against Dirtnut at range. There it is. The menace. The Odin once more just inserts herself into the conversation.
They think they're the best.
And produces 3 kills to put Envy up to 5.
Envy are just so confident and fast to collapse back in on that site. The SRG players were really low on HP as well. They won those 2 duels, but 2 players are down to like 10 and 20 health. And then I think Inspire did a bunch more damage too when that trip went off. So that was a little bit free for the Odin on the repush back in, but it's really, again, just the Envy confidence. There is not a moment of hesitation. They are flooding back in together.
Even when, you know, when they lose that round, like Inspire is still able to get a decent amount of value off the back of it. Kane, obviously, with that uncanny sense that knows it's coming. Just a little... He just knows. He just knows what this is. That is crazy stuff. Climb out here, much needed by Coach Effie's. Starting to address some of the issues here that they're running into.
Already has another reckoning. Pretty sick. Great. Cool. Good.
I mean, as a time buy, stop a plant, and that's pretty painful. 14 kill, 1 death Harbor. Casting a Spectre over Haven.
I am very curious to see if he runs it again in the future. I am very curious. So right now, it's working. Just throws the high tide down mid, so makes it seem like someone from Envy could be pushing there, but it's actually Ion just pushing down sewer, snapping onto everyone. Goes 1 for 2.
Pick me up feels like double tap in that situation. There's so much of a wider margin of error. Sarah stepped up as does Alexis, bounds into the shot. Eventually, Shopify puts something together there in lobby, but well, when the round ends and the spike is in lobby, you haven't made much progress on the map at all. So now stretched out to a 5-round lead. Envy looking terrifying, still with that reckoning, and now dimensional drift for Exeter.
Been so confident at just fighting towards sewer early on. And towards long. I mean, why not? You just have the Yoru there, right? It's just so easy for Exeter to press up, take a lot of that forward space. All right, this is the round that SRG were waiting for out of that timeout with multiple ultimates to play with on the full buy. They are taking it real slow in spawn right now. Really expecting some aggression to come and hoping to bait some of it out, bait out an overextension towards that A side from someone like Exeter. But it's not going to be the case. They're going to have to drone to re-clear now. Force a Yoru back if there was one close towards lobby, tucked towards long.
Right here.
Envy not too concerned about this. They obviously can sit pretty back behind much of this Cypher util. On A, I consider giving it up just in case things get a little bit more intense on the other side of the map. That might be the one opening. There's a smoke up towards Heaven side that'll take popping out of the game, but Dodo is checking for that, what she feels is an inevitable swing off the site. Of course, Sarah has recon. Mel getting in position now to set this up. Here's that Heaven side smoke, and straight away Dodo's going to go for it. Fast lane, but doubles back out. Bit of a pump fake here for Shopify now over towards the B side of the map. Ion got teased out of position on B. That's the anchored player now dealt with. This seems to be the best site for Shopify, but they're not convinced either. Slow it up a little bit. Now want to make their way in, but Exeter says Dimensional Drift is going to get me where I need to be, and he sees everybody grouped up here at mid. This is going to be a reckoning now to make things awkward. Once again, a great time by. Down to 12 seconds of the map, and Shopify don't really have an option in terms of a plant location. Exeter deals with the turret. It's got to be a push over towards the C side of the map, but Inspire waits to gobble them up, and it's on Mel. She's revealed. No plant, no chance for Shopify. Reckoning completely knocks the wheels off the cart.
There's just a moment of hesitation there, and you can have none of that when you're playing against Envy, where it looked like they didn't want to get into that B site, and it didn't seem like they were being stalled out by any util. They had the Poison Cloud covering that C-Link and the wall covering the A-Link. They just needed to get in there, but they hesitated. And then when the Reckoning came through, they felt afraid and like they needed to leave. The Hunter's Fury was there as well. And at that point, there was just no time to get anywhere else. They missed the window of opportunity. Got them on a pretty bad buy now. Overdrive being ripped by Dodo, trying to get into this A site.
And be quick to respond to it now. They know exactly where the neon's coming from. Poppin' in a position to spray through this. So Odin could be a very big issue. But no, doesn't test his 6, so that's punished. Mel's up closer, but Stinger. Kane has an Odin as well. And they can full use of it over the course of this game. It's going to be a gate crash out, though. A little bit uncomfortable was Exeter in that spot to allow for a plant. Envy Want to set up now behind plenty of this util and honestly to take a retake, and Noi's already been dealt with. No Viper. Extra might look to flash out, drop down out of this. It's a very aggressive variant on the retake. Oh, buddy, that is awkward. Mel is waiting for the gate crash appearance on the site. Cove shielding to some degree. Sarah's low, but it's quicker on the trigger finger than Inspire can be. That leaves Envy down to 2. Now, we're in a post plant for real. Sarah's low. Kane might just get a big iron involved.
One enemy remaining.
Now, would have been up to Ion. Too much to ask. A very, very needed round there for Shopify. It's a Thrifty that gets them there.
A good trade there from Mel at the end on the swing. Things were pretty disjointed there for Envy. Players going one at a time. Extra trying to make a hero play. They had the man advantage, but they let it slip through their fingers, just not activating as a team in one moment. Shopify trade them out effectively and punish Extra on that teleport in. It's crazy that Envy have this much of a lead, but look at the state of their economy. It's pretty bad, all things considered. Kane is bought down to a Bucky. 3 players, sub 1,000 credits. Shopify have a chance to get back in the game here.
Toxin screen down.
Get a slow start for them, though. They are anticipating
I dropped the spike.
a fast push off one of these sites. Sure, which, as is often the case. Already you'll notice the Poppin starting to head forward on C. Big presence here on the garage as well. Still first contact, that's Mel down. So now no opportunity to smoke towards the back of the site. Yes, there was a one-way, but that's now expired. So really limited on your controller utility now if you're a Shopify. You're under a minute in the round. You are snarled up in C long. Now he's hoping to generate an opportunity here at A, and she's done so. But look how quickly Kane responds. Knows there's going to be a rotate. He wants to play close with his Bucky.
Some good crosshair placement from Noya. Are they going to be ready for Kane? Can they even just go 1 for 1? They can.
Spike down.
Absolute disaster. Noya on an island. This round is just finished.
No one's getting the spike to her. No way to come to the rescue. Trying to fight a way out. 3 kills is all she's going to have, though. And this is an 8-round defense side on Haven from Envy. With a bizarre composition, the likes of which we've not seen from this team yet. Kane up to 17-3 after only 10 rounds.
Just finds the perfect window to get all the way into spawn. Post up in the corner, catch off that rotate back. Knows it's going to happen when Noya gets that kill. And to her credit, she played that situation over towards A well. Her crosshair placement was perfect to take out Inspire when he peeked through heaven, get all that space for the team, but they just had no control towards mid. They didn't have the information for that part of the map. It ends up being pretty disastrous.
One enemy down. C.
Look back over some of these previous rounds now. This one was tight. Sarah very well combining with Mel over on the side. Takes that swing in order to win the round. Ended up being a Thrifty, and then this is when Poppin gets forward, and you see Kane already on the minimap just responding, gets set up in mid, and honestly pushes far enough forward that he doesn't give Shopify really the opportunity to play around an expected close positioned ally.
Yeah, this has just been an obscene game from Kane. On for another reckoning. Probably going to get it and use it in this round, I'm sure. It's an eco here for SRG. Out of the timeout, they just want to prep to try and get one last going round win on the board for the final one of this half.
Spam off the rip here for Kane. Not going to find anything with that. It's going to be a TP directly onto B from Mel, and she is going to stick it. Kane knows here's that TP back. That was quite elaborate, in fairness, from Shopify off the rip. How do they make use of that little fake? They are really trying to feint Wyatt at a lot of these sides. They're trying to spread Envy pretty thinly, but when these Envy individuals are finding multi-kills, every time they see someone, it's really hard to use that against them.
Yeah, they're just taking so much control of the map.
Relay, pretty good, but Ion's better now back in the game. That's a tough one to swallow for Donut. Of course, Ion sticks around now and finds the ace. A second ace in the half for Ion. Talk about a death blow. I don't know how you're coming back from that one. Not in this half, at least.
He found a way to get as many kills as Kane in this game. That's crazy. They have 34. Yeah, it's pretty It's tough to win a game when two players are going off to that extent. I've found somewhat difficult.
That's quite absurd, genuinely. Coming back, of course, off the clone respawn with the shorty caught inside the relay. Just a lot of things working against Ion there. It doesn't seem to matter.
Oh, that was an instant swing from Poppin. Kills Noya. Oh, and Inspire with the spam onto Dodo as well. This is pretty disastrous.
Not feeling like the most balanced experience here for Shopify. This is as bad as it gets. This is as tough as it gets in terms of opposition here in Challenger Stage 3. Envy a team that are pretty adamant about being at Ascension. Not many opponents have been able to argue with that movement from Ion. Something out of legend. Flawless round for Envy to end the half. It's 10-2.
Switching sides.
And there's a risk here of this game being over awfully quick if Shopify cannot give an account of themselves on this pistol.
Again, the fact that Kane was 17-4 and someone on his team has been able to pass him in kills is pretty devious. The 19, 36 kills between them. Yeah, that is a little bit outrageous. Yeah. And this round is just unfortunate. Wow, I mean, just on that crouch, Inspire spots the legs of Dodo. Pretty brutal.
All right. Chance to breathe, chance to try and set yourself up, because again, now Shopify, they have to deal with this harbor coming at them on the attack side of the map. I don't mind this little three-player pop. Skate is going to obscure much of this action. They're going to push through it. Quite a way to try and take the fight, but fortunately, cat's out the bag. There was a gate crash away. Exeter is able to hear and see this early.
They've gone into B basically for free. SRG are up trying to walk through garage. There's a reflank from Kane happening.
There's Inspire taking his time.
Oh, no. Not like this. I mean, had to get, if anyone was to get some vengeance for a knife kill, it would be Mel. Mel deserved that after getting the knife kill on map 1.
Oh, that is generally disgusting from Poppin. That is filth. Confidence, cool-headed, 3 kills there with the Ghost. And yeah, folks, I'm gonna give it to you straight. This might be one of our quickest maps of challenges. Definitely is thus far, of course, but it's been a short season so far. We are watching domination. And unfortunately, for many teams in challenges, this is a pretty universal experience. For rosters that go up against Envy, this is not a situation limited to Shopify Gold, I assure you.
One enemy remaining.
Envy have probably made this the standard this year, especially as of Stage 2. I mean, Stage 1, they were on that insane win streak, but it fell apart in the playoffs. And then they come back in Stage 2 even better, more experienced. They tighten the play up, making less mistakes. They win out in the playoffs in super clean fashion. And they definitely look like America's best chance of getting another team into partnership next year.
Honestly,
they've just been so strong.
And doing it in such a different way than the M80, I guess, of old did, who were much more methodical, right? Much slower.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what's kind of funny is that in a way, they're ahead of the double duelist meta. But let's see if SRG can now convert this with a force, but it's just not going to happen. Trying to push back in. Envy are posted up on the angles. These guys literally, they were ahead of the duelist meta. Double duelist. They started it. They've been running it.
Yeah, it's just something that suited them so well, right? Like getting ISO mixed in on a number of maps. They've played a lot of Clove. It's not just been Ion, though. Extra, of course, showing us most of this Yoru. Yeah, they've had I mean, did this team play any Teho? I don't think they played a lick of it. I want to suggest
nope. They didn't. Yep. I thought about it for 2 seconds. The answer, nope. They've just been running it down.
Yeah, not a care in the world for that.
Cascade to take space towards A. The Cascades are good on this map.
And absolutely. I mean, it feels like contingency, though. Yeah, you know, with your ISO. Similar sort of approach, except it doesn't quite move as far. It's going to be Kane walking up, wants to fight for it. Why not? Sarah's very low. She's seen better days. And oh, Ion predicts the walk out of smoke here. Or maybe here's something. Either way, heads up moment. Mel going to work. Stingers have to sing here in America. It is mandated in the knife attempt, unfortunately. Fizzles out. Mel probably a bit miffed she wasn't given the duel. Roy already has a classic, though.
Well, and a judge. She can get close range.
Spike planted.
Fantastic. Top 5 popping a win. Noy takes a bit of damage, though. Makes it hard to win out here against Inspire at range. And so,
Attackers win.
we wash our hands of that one pretty quickly, folks. A 13-2 for Team Envy. Taking a nice break, coming back rejuvenated, easing into the Stage 3 campaign. A dominant win here. I guess over the newly re-minted Shopify Rebellion squad coming back here in the Challengers. It's a baptism of fire, but they knew exactly what they were walking into.
That is simply the reign of terror continuing. But as you said, this is definitely the toughest way for SRG to re-enter being in Challengers, going up against the undisputed best team in Challengers. So it'll be a little bit easier for them as we move forward through the stage. Envy just pick up exactly where they left off. That was a crazy performance from Ionic Kane on that second map. Those two star upcoming duo, they continue to just dominate the competition. And honestly, at this point, I'm just wondering if they're going to be able to be even better than we saw in Stage 2, where they were already clearly the best team. They go on that playoff run. A couple teams were able to keep it close at times, but they were always a cut above. Are we just going to be at the point where these guys are so beyond everyone else, it just doesn't even feel like a competition anymore as we head towards Ascension? It seems like it's a possibility.
Question I'm getting. Obviously not a successful Ascension campaign for America's teams last year, but things feel a little bit different this year. And NA is being led by a team with a drastically different style than a TSM or an M80, for example. It's looking pretty different out there, I'm not going to lie. We are going to, of course, cut over to a quick break, and then we're going to hear from our desk to summarize the day that was. It's Envy dominant 2-0 over Shopify Gold.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. Spike planted. Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ultimate.
One enemy down. C. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. Spike planted. Spike down. C. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
And our stage 2 champs are at it again, and they're going to be taking the series 2-0 over SRG after a strong Haven to be closing this out. I mean, Roy, they get a little silly goofy with it. You know, they switch up the comp. They got some Odins, some judges, but Envy, I mean, we've praised them for being the top team, and they're going to continue to be so here.
Yeah, the Canes era, Harbor, Odin. I can't say I would ever put those 3 words together in 2025, but here we are. We're putting all those in one sentence, and somehow they made it work. They made it actually look good. Everything I thought about Valorant is just constantly disproven by Envy, and honestly, respect. That's all I can say. It's just respect.
I mean, I looked at, I'm not going to lie, I saw a couple of those judge shots and the Odin shots, Ash. I was like, ooh, no respect there. It's a little disrespectful. But, you know, when we come down to it, I mean, Envy, it's a team that over and over we talk about how they're able to shoot in the server. They have the confidence. They're a team that is disrespectful, all this. And I feel like this is just a really strong showcase of that. They're the champs for a reason. They've tested the most confident teams for a reason. Like, this is Envy.
Absolutely, and this Haven map was no different, right? Like seeing Kane take those opportunities with that Odin, getting aggressive at that Harbor, it was just no surprise. But then the real star also being Ion in this map as well for the side of Envy. He had great timings, looking to disrespect the toxic screen that Noya would be throwing up for that A side lurk, and actually use it to his own benefit there at times too. So Envy really had a game plan for how they wanted to approach this map of Haven, and despite the compositional changes, their style of changing did not swap whatsoever.
I love that we got to see more of Ion in this match. I mean, a couple of players on the team, sometimes you get overshadowed when you're talking about Kane Zera all the time, but Ion with the 2 aces popping off. I mean, yeah, Roy, he was out there clutching. You got to see that confidence from the team too. Like, Ion was just going for those kills.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just the Envy trademark, right? It's like they're always just disrupting you. They're always dismantling you. They're not really allowing you to run the script. And I feel like that on Haven is actually a really easy map to fall prey to that, because there's so many lanes for the defense to use, right? They can push down long C, they can use short A, long A, they can walk down mid at any point in time. There's a lot of easy, aggressive defensive options, and SRG really just needed to be extremely ready to punish those plays. And that really was mainly their win condition on that attack side, and they weren't able to capitalize off of it. So Envy played a great game. SRG did not punish them, and Envy continues to prove to us why they're, what was their record again? 29-2, guys. They're 29-2 as a team. That is an insane record.
They've lost 2 maps. Washed, honestly. What are they doing over here? I'm just kidding. But 2 maps on the day. It's been someone else on the team to really showcase the leaderboard here. Ion, I mean, over 400 ACS here. I already talked about those double aces, but man, like, you see the comp switch, you know, gets a little quirky, a little weird. But Ash, seeing Ion on this aggressive pick was just really nice. And I'd love to see the amount of kills he was able to get.
I know, it's just crazy. Like 2 aces for him as well, with an ACS of 406. Just insane numbers to be pumping out. I feel like everyone on Envy, though, definitely stepped up when it came down to those first engagements. Everyone was participating at times. And again, that is just the Envy way. I think that the ideas, though, from SRG were definitely there with how they were looking for some of that map control, you know, leaning into that double controller composition. But Envy, there is a reason why they've been so consistent throughout the past 2 stages. Again, remember that they're the crown champions of last stage. They were the original expected winners of stage 1 as well, even though SRB ended up taking the cake in stage 1. But man, this team like never slows down, and they're proving that they're going to continue forward with that kind of power here in stage 3 to kick things off here for week 1.
Yeah, really taking absolutely no prisoners out there, and it was something that the casters talked about on the cast. I mean, this is an Envy team that's rounds ahead of the competitors, and at what point is it going to be impossible for anyone else to really be able to catch up? And I think if Envy continues playing in such a form and with this confidence and fun too. That's something we didn't really talk about, but that's something they stressed throughout their playoffs, is that was really big for the team to really be able to flourish in this. I don't know. They're a tough contender for sure, but I'm excited to get a little bit more insight from the team because we have none other than Coach Center on the line now. Had a little bit more about everything with Envy. And first off, congratulations, but I want to get into the meat and potatoes of this right away. This Haven comp, we've seen some crazy things out here. I did not think that Envy was going to be switching up a comp here in stage 3. Talk to me about that.
I made a promise to Kane and Ion if they won the championship on stage 2, they could play whatever they wanted for this upcoming match, the first match of the season, and I held that promise. So that's the only reason we ran it, and it was fun to run, and it gave us some good experience here making adjustments on the fly for the rest of the Swiss stage and playoffs.
Let the youngins have their fun. I can't believe out of all agents that Kane willingly chose the Harbor then. That's craziness, but hey, get to see the Envy team not just winning but having fun out there as well. And I want to know then, coming off of that stage 2 championships, how then you feel going into stage 3? There's a lot of work in that off season, kind of more so you guys earned a break. Like, what was the preparation going ahead of this?
We took a short break, but yeah, we've been prepping a lot for this upcoming stage. You know, new maps coming in, a lot to prep, a lot to work on. The guys have been playing a ton of ranked, and yeah, we've been continue to push until we qualify for VCT.
Especially too, this is a road that MD's definitely looking really good on, but it's not quite done yet. But we had a lot of shakeups going into stage 3, specifically with rosters, a couple of these other top contending teams kind of just dipping out of things. And I want to know your thoughts of a coach within that scene and how that feels, because for Envy, I mean, this just looks a little easier now, right?
No, actually, I think a lot of the rosters look a lot stronger than they were last stage. You know, we got That Esports upgrading all their players. We have Winthrop picking up Governor. Yeah, Maryville coming in. I think they're a strong team. Yeah, I think a lot of these rosters are looking stronger, so we're not going to let our guard down at all.
I like to hear that, because especially too, Envy, I mean, you see it out in the server, like there's the confidence there, but to hear that there's the grounding besides that is fantastic. And I know you just listed a couple of teams there, but another thing was who you think is going to be like the biggest kind of competition going up against you then this split. I'm kind of curious if there's someone else that you have your eyes on in particular, or it is those teams with the changes you did just list.
No one in particular. I think we have a very unique playstyle that's hard to play against, so I don't think we'll have much of an issue with any of these teams, to be honest.
All right, grounded, but that confidence there too. I like it. Well, you guys definitely deserved an early night after that victory, so I'll let you go. Nice Maple Leafs hat, I gotta say, and have a good night, Center, okay?
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you. Back over to the desk here. You win stage 2, you get some comps. I still, again, I would expect anything else except the Harbor Ash, but hey, what do they want?
Well, I feel like if Kane's gonna like pick something out of pocket, like he's gonna go out of pocket if he's gonna pick something for fun, like they were talking about. But I also think that opens up the conversation of if they do want to lean away from the double duelist ever, there is the opportunity to even put Kane on a lot of those supporting roles with how well he was actually playing that Harbor too. Like the utility coming out from him was good, and he had 0 performance drop off. I think that's also a very scary prospect to keep in mind for the remainder of this stage.
Especially too in the conversation with Envy, especially more near the beginning of their series, was they do the same things, can it be exploited, which kind of hard when they're out there popping off. But I don't know, we learned something today. So week 1, or day 1, I should say, of stage 3 already providing. Of course, it's just day 1 of week 1. We still have more coming up, and a lot of great matches. One are still happening right now. I'm curious how that's going to fare. But Roy, I'm excited for tomorrow's matches as well, especially since there will be another broadcast for some of those matches.
Yeah, I actually love the first week of matches. I know they're not like statistically significant for like the end result, but it's really cool to see like how people have changed their metas, the introduction to the teams, right? Like any new faces that have joined, you know, roster changes that have happened. It's always just really cool on the first week just to kind of see how things are moving along and whether we're going to see things, you know, just like the winners of split 1, you know, having a rough time in split 2, and just like these kind of narratives developing. So it's always fun to see. First day was fun. It was great. I'm excited for the day 2 as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing, I think, especially that SRB versus Landor match, to be honest. Like an SRB that kind of fell off during stage 2 and a Landor that had some mixed results, but we're looking like they were getting better as the competition went on. So I'm looking forward to seeing that one tomorrow, seeing how they end up going up against each other, especially with the roster change on Landor. And then I think another match to look out for is Cubert and Core should also be a really fun match to keep our eyes on it, or our eyes out for tomorrow.
Hearing that a couple of these rosters have really upgraded, I am so intrigued with TSM and everything else, because they have been one of the rosters that's been a little bit more consistent, and that all changed up going into stage 3. And that is going to be the debut match tomorrow, going up against Nightblood Gaming, of course, making their reintroduction into Challengers. So it's going to be a great time. I'm super duper excited to get into this. But unfortunately, that is it for us today. All of those watching at home, thank you so much for tuning in. Good luck in your ranked matches, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for another great day of Valorant Challengers. Thank you all.
Yes, their debut, but they're probably playing a lot more stressful matches than this one. Brenton's puts the whole straight through body, not the start the attackers were looking for. They're going to maintain maybe a little bit of an earlier point up towards mid, but their skis are getting on the board properly now. So 3-piece, so that
Everything works out for them.
Okay, we're just walking up on her in this round. Maryville looking a little shaky now. I know it's going to be very hard to shift here. Even with see a couple of players drop out of Crow's Nest though, and Red Bruce teaser right up in his grill. Maryville now down to 2. Okay.
All right.
Okay. That was low. In fairness, that was absolutely wild though. Retro's only 6 to work with. Wildfire's now been able to even up the game. Flying blue, so Bonnie has it under his watchful eye. Now Fireball comes down. Fracto now. That's the one in the side. But Wildfire has found his 3rd for the round. And it's on Bonnie. A potential double swing heading in his direction. He's trying to game. He's trying to play it as safe as possible. But Maryville has an embarrassment in his space here. Waits for Kane to get in. But Cascade gives him a staging ground. And Kane wants to play through that. Now hearing the open make footsteps slowed up. Neuer fighting the side desperately. Definitely got the spotlight on her. But he gets some easy damage there through some of the woodwork. And that leaves Alexis having to play his post-line spot. Manicorn thrown out. She's chunked down through the masonry. Damage. Holy! Melanoia down to 35. Kane waiting to clean up the rest, and so he will. That is 3. Quite loose, and there's more where that came from. Judges galore. For him, back in hand, able to get crash out. Bernard was ready for the second player. Elsewhere, though, Ion's able to find Alexis. Look at this wrap around. Very tough to deal with. Ion benefiting from the pick-me-up overkill. Shopify don't have a darn thing to say about it. The ace from Ion. And Ion has now realized that.
Problem is they have to go through this wall right now. They have number 2 go through it. They're facing down and Owen.
Double rotating from Kane. Even though he's in such an advantage position. Now has to win the 1v1. Zero though, bit up. Problem. Kane does not care.